she won't hide. Capital lights on a battle cry. Mama lying, watch her eyes. Words are weapons, truth a blade. In the chaos, she's unafraid. Standing tall, she breaks the chain. Crimson faith runs through her veins. Oh, can't change. She smiles, watch me rearrange it. Every vote, every voice ignite. For the mothers who won't lose sight. Lover is calling, rising through the storm and smoke. Voice of reason, every chain she broke. Liberty beats in her chest so loud. A freedom queen, a mother style. Crimson lights, Republican gold. This is the story of you and told. Scarlet flame, unbreakable They're the white, born to blaze in the northern snow. Wisconsin roots, watch her grow. Constitution on her soul, patriot mind control. No, she don't bend, she don't fade. Faith and family foundations laid from freedom halls to every school. She's the queen who rewrites rule. Every scarlet rising through the storm and smoke. The voice of reason, every chain she broke. Liberty beats in her chest so wild. A freedom queen, a mother style. Crimson lights, Republican gold. This is the story the future told. Scarlet flame, unbreakable free. Mom for liberty, eternally. Mom for liberty, eternally. Red flame shining bright. Scarlet's name, liberty's light. Forever fight. Every scarlet forever fight. Red flame in the cold, Wisconsin wind and the stars all know. She's got fire where her heart should be. Liberty's call, she answers free. Stepping hills, but she's still inside. No fear, no doubt, she won't hide. Capital lights on a battle cry. A mama lying, watch her eyes. Words are weapons, truth a blade. In the chaos, she's unafraid. Standing tall, she breaks the chain. Crimson faith runs through her veins. Oh, they whisper, you can't change it. She smiles, watch me rearrange it. Every vote, every voice ignite. For the mothers who won't lose sight. Lover is scarlet rising through the storm and smoke. Voice of reason, every chain she broke. Liberty beats in her chest so loud. A freedom queen, a mother style. Crimson lights, Republican gold. This is the story the future told. Scarlet's flame, unbreakable free. She's the power, the legacy. Moms united, hearts aligned. Defending truth, they will not blind. Children's voices light the sky. They're the reason, they're the why. Born to blaze in the northern snow. Wisconsin roots, watch her grow. Constitution's ink on her soul. Patriot mind control. No, she don't bend, she don't fade. Faith and family foundations laid from freedom halls to every school. She's the queen who rewrites rule. Every scarlet rising through the storm and smoke. The voice of reason, every chain she broke. Liberty beats in her chest so wild. A freedom queen, a mother style. Crimson lights, Republican gold. eternally. March for liberty, eternally. Red flame shining bright. Scarlet's name, liberty's light, forever fight. Every scarlet forever fight. Red flame in the cold night glow, Wisconsin wind and the stars all know. She's got fire where her heart should be. Liberty's call, she answers free. Stepping hills, but she's still inside. No fear, no doubt, she won't hide. Capital lights on a battle cry. A mama lying, watch her rise. Words are weapons, truth a blade. In the chaos, she's unafraid. Standing tall, she breaks the chain. Crimson faith runs through her veins. Oh, they whisper, you can't change it. She smiles, watch me rearrange it. Every vote, every voice ignite. For the mothers who won't lose sight. Lover's scarlet rising through the storm and smoke. Voice of reason, every chain she broke. Liberty beats in her chest so loud. A freedom queen, a mother style. Crimson lights, Republican gold. This is the story the future told. Scarlet's flame, unbreakable, free. She's the power, the legacy. Moms united, hearts aligned. Defending truth, they will not blind. Children's voices light the sky. They're the reason, they're the why. Born to blaze in the northern snow. Wisconsin roots, watch her grow. Constitution's ink on her soul. Patriot mind control. No, she don't bend, she don't fade. Faith and family foundations laid. From freedom halls to every school. She's the queen who rewrites rule. Every scarlet rising through the storm and smoke. A voice of reason, every chain she broke. Liberty beats in her chest so wild. A freedom queen, a mother style. Crimson lights, Republican gold. This is the story the future told. Scarlet's flame, unbreakable, free. Mom for liberty, eternally. Mom for liberty, eternally. Red flame shining bright. Scarlet's name, liberty's light, forever fight. Every scarlet forever fight.
That's good. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Unleashed with me, Scarlett Johnson. I say this often, but this is an unusual podcast because literally finishing this right up to the end. This is an amazing podcast. I honestly was blown away by my two guests, Sean and Briley Lechner. You're going to see more about them. Even as he's talking right now, I'm trying to put together some of the school board speeches that she gave there's so much to this story. The best thing to do is just to dive in and to really start telling it. I was made aware, this dad reached out to me after I put up a post where I was talking about the fact that the Department of Education had announced an investigation into 3 Michigan school board districts. And after I made, it was one of those videos where like pointing and stuff. And then I also did a commentary, just a quick like Instagram reel. But a dad reached out to the National Organization of Moms for Liberty. And my colleague Jen Turner was like, Scarlett, you have to read this. And it was a message from this dad who was just so grateful that we were talking about what's happening in Michigan. And you think I've been in this space for so long, I talk about this issue so much, saving women and girls sports, fairness, sanity, all of that. I thought I knew most of the big stories out there, but I didn't know this one. I didn't know the story of Sean and Briley and their family in Monroe County School District. I was unaware of everything that they were doing. Riley Gaines had even reposted some parts of this. I think bits and pieces of the story have circulated, and Libs of TikTok picked up a few things here and there, but I think the totality of this story needed to be told. And now Briley's just opened up an X account, and I'm going to encourage you all to follow her, because when you hear this story, you're definitely going to want to. And her dad has started an organization. We're going to talk all about that. This is a story about one dad, one 16-year-old girl, and a family that stood up, and nobody stood with them. They stood up alone. They've had, I know Briley talked about, she had a friend that came with her to a press conference. She plays volleyball. One friend came with her. She was the only one that spoke. They have stood alone. He did secretly delete all the hate messages, the doxing that he experienced on social media, trying to prevent his wife and daughter from finding out how bad it was, the terrible things that they were saying. Finally, his daughter found out about this and was in shock. She didn't know how much her dad had gone through, how many arrows he was willing to take for their family. In this interview, he breaks down. It's such an emotional journey. And we talk a lot about where are the dads? Well, I found a dad. I know there's more out there, but I found a dad, and I want to share his story. I know it's a Thursday night in July, right after 4th of July. I know pretty much Tyler Robinson is all you can see on every live stream, pretty much every live stream, but this one. So if you would like to hear a story about a family that faced odds, they came up, actually, like, their daughter competed against a biological male, had to share a locker room and shower room. She didn't know it, and parents didn't know it. The athletic director in the schools kept all of this secret because they knew that parents would be outraged if they found out. Then when parents found out, through various methods of intimidation, they silenced all but one. All it takes is one person. This story it's not over, but the arc is happy. So it's not just the Supreme Court decided, so happy days. No, there's litigation in the future. It's that what this family did, what this dad did, mom, brother, sister, what they were able to accomplish was at the very end, the announcement from Secretary Linda McMahon of an OCR investigation. And just yesterday, Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon just swore in 100 new attorneys for the Office of Civil Rights. So Title IX complaints, one of which was filed by the Lechner family against the Monroe School District. And the governing body in Michigan that regulates the college, high school sports against them. And the other school district that the boy is from, I believe it was Ann Arbor. So what they did, much like what was able to be accomplished in New Richmond, Wisconsin, another small community with some brave people. In New Richmond, there were more families. And I'm hoping that in this area, in this small town in Michigan, that this story will inspire others to stand with Sean, to stand with Briley. You're going to hear from her how she has had very little support. She hasn't had, the Ada girls from all over the country, all over the world. This is the opportunity for us to give her that. To say to this 16-year-old, thank you, you're brave, you're strong, we got your back, keep going. Don't listen to the haters. You just keep fighting. She needs to hear this. Sean needs to hear this. Their family needs to hear it. They need our support. They need our words of encouragement, our love. We need to honor them. They deserve it. And we need to amplify this story. I'm going to tag Office of Civil Rights. I'm going to tag everybody on this Department of Education. I want to see this story told more, and I want to see a whole bunch more like it. I think that we can inspire more girls and more families to stand up and speak out. That's what that's what we do here at Moms for Liberty. We're not a big organization. We don't have the funding of billionaire George Soros. But with what we have, God said, don't hide your light under a bushel. We have a light, and we're not going to hide it. Maybe just one little light, but you get thousands of people together, and that light gets bigger and bigger and bigger. We're a grassroots organization, from the bottom up, mostly volunteers, and there is power. There's power in a faithful heart, and there is power in the prayer and sacrifice of so many women. And I want to, in this movement, to elevate Briley, but I want to elevate this dad, a dad who's fighting back. And listen, mom is fighting too, but in this, because she has to endure so much, she is 100% supportive, on board. But usually I'm interviewing mom and daughter. Mom has been the face, she's been out front, and dad is the glue that's holding everyone together. In this situation, we've got dad who's out front and saying, as a man, like, I have to do this for my daughter. And we need to see more of this. I know that there's a shout out to the dads in Maine who are just doing a fabulous, fabulous job of standing up for their daughters. I want to see more. I want to see more dads doing their thing, dads amplifying like that, like, you know, that sort of masculine energy, that genuine, protective masculine energy is very much needed as we've got this. I mean, it's no surprise to say that the transgender agenda, this whole zeitgeist is largely it's the reason why it's able to fester this way is because women, progressive women, and gender ideology, gender identity is a classification. Currently, the way that gender ideology is being inserted into non-discrimination policy in state statutes, by school boards, by the governing bodies of state athletic associations, the way that they are just, oh, we want to be kind, we're going to put in gender identity, oh, we're so kind. They aren't thinking through. And then when we say, well, they're going to beat the girls, they're going to crush the girls. Oh no, they're just mediocre athletes that just want to socialize. Well, if you want to have a tea party and socialize, by all means, go do it. Just don't do it on the volleyball court or on the track. Girl, like, all this reduction to stereotypes again, like that when girls play tennis, it's like, oh, we're just gonna play some tennis, we're gonna play some volleyball, just gonna have some fun and socialize, so much fun. No, it's about winning and competing and working hard. It's not, you know, it's not a sorority. Like Justice Kavanaugh's opinion said, there are winners and losers. It's a zero-sum game. It's highly competitive. As you go into high school and then college, highly competitive, highly selective. And it's a lot of work and sacrifice. And I know that socialists and communists like hate that stuff because it's an ideology of lazy people that want to make excuses. But there's a component of it. There are just people that just want to be nice and kind and like, oh gosh. It's hard to understand how this athletic director that we're going to talk about, this young guy athletic director that's like crying in his beer every night over the transgender girls that are getting their feelings hurt. I mean, athletic director guy, like, come on. Gee, where's the masculinity there? Like, oh, the transgender girls they're not being nice to the boys. And like going on progressive social media to like cry his eyes out because those poor boys, oh wait, transgender girls are people being so mean. It's just like, oh my God, who hurt you? But this is how I get when it gets to be nighttime. I get a lot more sarcastic. So I'm going to bring up the video. This is a long one, so buckle in. We'll make clips, we'll get reels out, but when you're talking to a 16-year-old and a dad, they're not politicians. They're not, they actually, as I'm talking to them, they were at their lake house. So they where they stayed, their family vacation, they took time out to talk to me. So at the little cabin that they go to by, if you're in the Midwest, we just did that. Like you try and stay in a place that's by a lake, and you get out swimming and canoeing and all of that good stuff, because there's only a few short months that are nice. You get this like very small window where you can actually like, it's hot, it's sunny, it's nice, it's Midwest. And so anyway, so it was a longer interview because there's a story to tell. And then I'll have it available on YouTube. We just finished recording it like an hour ago. So this is all very present, very timely, very important. Please share it. Please like it, share it. Let's get more people to see this, because I want to elevate this story. Because a lot of celebrating, rightfully so, of the Supreme Court decision. But Sean and Briley, they are an example of the thousands, not tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of girls and families that live under the dictates of commie governors or like mentally incapacitated state legislators that cry about two-spirit transgender kids that aren't going to feel seen anymore because of this decision. It's appalling. It's mental illness like everywhere. But I mean, if you know your history, you know that communists, like, they use and abuse people that are mentally ill to achieve an end. And then when they're done, they discard these hurt and broken people rather quickly. It's very, very sad. It's all sad. There's comments like, I feel sorry, I'm sad. Yeah, I do. I feel bad. I feel sad for all of the kids that are affected by this. But I'm sorry, I'm here for the girls. And that's what I'm focused on. I am focused on the fact that in my home state of Wisconsin, I am not protected. My daughters are not protected. And to me, that is unacceptable. So I have no tears left to shed for the transgender girls or the boys in woman face. I have no tears for them. I care about the girls that are being forced to pretend. I care about the kids that are being raised on lies, that attend schools that deny biology. And I want to live in a country that tells the truth. And frankly, I'm really tired of public schools focusing on this stuff when kids can't read at grade level. And instead, like, their easy answer is like, get them on AI so that they can cheat all the time. And it's appalling what is happening in the state of education. It's appalling that Randy Weingarten has published her book that is nothing more than like a political manifesto. Surprise, surprise. It's appalling that the democratic socialists and really communists have completely captured education. And it's like literally like this rule by lunatics that are controlling all the strings, and that has to end. And that's what we're attempting to do. That's what the Trump administration is attempting to do. And that's why, my language right now is more extreme because it needs to be. It has to be. because we have a window of time where we can really just end this kind of national embarrassment and expose it for what it really is, an exploitation of children that they are not well, and parents that are misguided, or I don't know, Transhausen by proxy. So this isn't, is this the biggest thing going on in schools? No, it's not the biggest thing going on in schools. But if a public school, a function of government, employees of the state, if they can literally force this down your throat, and to the point where in Michigan, like the girls, in order to compete, the team that this boy is playing on, all the girls were told, either you shut up and go along with this, or you're off the team, you're on the bench. I mean, they're being bullied like by the kind police. I mean, it's not really kind when it's like, I'm beating you out of kindness. Come on. They're being bullied and silenced in the name of kindness, whatever. That's not kind. That's called tyranny. Tyranny with a smiley face. Still tyranny. So let's pull up really quick. We're going to show a little bit of, here's Briley. We'll see a little bit more of this, but.
Very changing because nobody would have expected that. That would have been the last thought, because as I was looking at this person, admiring how amazing they were, admiring how high they could jump, I was kind of getting down to myself, like, I wonder why I'm not capable. Very changing because nobody would have expected that. That would have been the last thought, because as I was looking at this person, admiring how amazing they were, admiring how high they could jump, I was kind of getting down to myself, like, I wonder why I'm not capable.
Yeah, that's what happens to these girls. They second guess themselves. And that's totally wrong. All right, let's get this going. Just 1 second. Okay, just 1 minute and we're gonna get started. This is a great one. I'm really proud of this interview. I think everyone's going to love it. And I'm going to be monitoring comments. I'm going to be posting a lot. So look, mainly I'm going to be posting under the X accounts of Moms for Liberty and myself. So look there for a lot more information and a lot of the receipts. And we're going to end it with a school board speech from Briley and her dad. So let's go. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Unleashed with me, Scarlett Johnson, presented by Moms for Liberty. And today we have a really special show. We've got a father and daughter that are going to come on, and we're going to have a really good conversation about a topic that has been exploding in the news because of the two recent Supreme Court decisions that stated that Title IX protected women and girls, that the definition of sex as per Title IX includes male and female, that gender identity is not a protected class and it is not protected by the Equal Protection Clause. So this is a really important statement. There's a little caveat that they said in the 27 states, the states they can limit female athletics to only females. Now, for those of us on Team Sanity, this is sort of like, yeah, I know, right? But this was a really important decision. However, in the details, you see in the majority opinion and in concurrences that the Supreme Court justices make it clear that schools can. So many times you see the word schools can. Schools can decide if their athletic teams, the female athletic teams, are going to be open to boys who think they're girls or identify as girls, otherwise known as gender identity. That's a really important distinction because I believe, as do many other constitutional lawyers and scholars, that this means that school districts can say, hey, we're not going to allow boys on the girls' teams, and they can do that even if their state does not have statutes that protect women and girls, even if their state has statutes that outright say we're going to include gender identity into our non-discrimination policy. According to our state, like in Michigan, and we're going to be talking a lot about Michigan and Illinois, in California, states that have codified protections for gender diverse students or boys that identify as girls. There is a case to be made that even with that kind of statutory language, a school district can say, you know what, we're going to side with the law. We're going to side with the decisions of the Supreme Court. Add to this, we have President Trump has been very clear. He signed executive orders on day one. And in February, he signed more executive orders that protected women and girls sports. He defined Title IX, and he's directed the Office of Civil Rights, the Department of Education, to enforce. Now, this is important, enforce. Enforcement means school districts lose funding if they are not in compliance. There's nothing a state can do about this. The federal government can withhold federal funds from schools that are not compliant as far as Title IX. So we're gonna get into this more and what this means, and then we've got good news coming from Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon. We've got good news coming from our Secretary of Education Linda McMahon. President Trump, every big speech he gives, there's always a line that says, and we're not going to allow boys and girls sports. It's so ridiculous. We're not going to allow boys in our girls' bathrooms and locker rooms, and we're going to enforce this. So this is important because I believe the table has been set for all of us and for my guests to continue to pursue legal action and demand that the protections of Title IX be afforded to the girls everywhere, even in the 21 states that do not have these, the 23 states that do not have these protections. So to preface the guest that I'm going to bring on, I want to tell you a little bit about their story. In the fall of 2025, a Michigan volleyball team walked into a locker room, group of young teenage girls, and they found out too late because no one had told them, no one had told the parents that they would be sharing it with a boy, a biological boy. The girls had no idea that they were going to be competing against a biological boy. Parents didn't know. All of this was a mystery until this kid gets on the court and it's pretty obvious what's going on. So one family did something about it. One family put 3 school districts under investigation or helped that process. So we're going to talk to this family and we're going to tie this story to the Supreme Court ruling handed down just on June 30th. So I'm excited to bring two very inspirational people on to tell their story. Hi, we've got Sean and Briley. Hi, welcome to Unleashed. We're really happy to have you on. And Sean, I'm really happy you reached out. Sean reached out and Briley told us your story, and I immediately wanted to make sure it was a story that I could tell to as many people as possible. So thank you for coming on.
Thanks for having us.
So Sean, rather than me tell your story, I'm going to have you tell it. So from the beginning, tell us what happened.
Probably about 5 minutes before the match, 5 or 10 minutes before it started, we were watching warm-ups, and I had a friend of mine who's actually a college coach, college volleyball coach as well. He asked me, he said, "Hey, have you heard the news? You're playing a team that's got a transgender." I said, "Today?" He said, "Yeah, today." So it was all a shock to us. I had no idea. So for the next 15 minutes, we were trying to figure out what athlete that could be or what position player it was. And within probably 5 or 10 minutes, we could tell, a friend of mine and my wife sitting next to me, we could tell within probably 10 minutes max. His jumping capability, his hitting, I mean, it was pretty apparent that there was a male athlete out there. But at the same time, we weren't 100% sure. It was just the rumor mill. And as the match continued, you could see the difference. Again, throughout the whole match, we couldn't confirm 100%. The next evening, I got a phone call from a friend of mine. He said, "Hey, Sean, we were right. It was so-and-so. Not only is he a male, he shared the locker room with both of our daughters while they got undressed." And keep in mind, this time we still weren't 100% certain that there was actually a biological male on the team. I asked my daughter Briley if she knew. She didn't know. I mean, nobody knew anything until we started speaking about it and asking questions.
And that was September 9th, 2025.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So Briley, what did you know? So you weren't sure, you weren't aware of this. Did you find out when your dad did, or did you have suspicions?
So I thought nothing of it. I thought that we were going to a regular match, and then it wasn't until either the day after or a couple of days later, I had both my father and one of my friends that found out, and it was just kind of tossed around. Like my dad said, we weren't 100% sure. So it was kind of something that was just tossed up in the air. Nothing was said to us from the actual school, or we weren't like professionally informed. So it was definitely not something that I was aware of.
You weren't aware of. And then what happened when you became aware of it, Dad? So now you know. And I know how this goes. Parents text chains like, "Did you know this is happening?" And it's speculation. You're not sure. There's been situations like this in my home state of Wisconsin where you want to make sure before you say something, because it's a big deal. You can't just make an accusation. So what happened when this was verified to you? How did you feel? How did your wife feel?
I mean, that the first night when we got the phone call, I couldn't sleep. Again, not knowing 100%, but once we got that call, I was furious. I was pissed. The next day I reached out to our own athletic director, sent him an email, and I said, hey, just a quick question. There's a lot of rumors going out that there was a male playing against Briley's team and her teammates yesterday. Do you have any knowledge of this? I said, I hope you don't, Chet. I said, but if you do, you need to let us know what's going on so we're all on the same page. He responded with, it's a touchy subject. He was unaware of a male athlete playing, but because of the FERPA laws, he couldn't discuss. And it was pretty much cut and dry. I then responded back to him with another email asking a little more detailed information. And I said, just be upfront with us, be honest. My daughter deserves to know, her teammates deserve to know. And we had zero response from him after that until he called the meeting about a week and a half later because of all the noise that was going on, the news outlets and media getting involved.
So he declined to tell you anything because of used FERPA.
Yeah, during the email, he cited the FERPA laws. And then when he had, so after this second email, I reached out to a board member, and then she put me in touch with the president of the board. We set up an appointment, we discussed what was going on, and that's when we took the next step. After I told him what I heard, and after several news media outlets reached out, and I started reading their articles they published within the last 2 weeks, he said, okay, I'm going to get with the superintendent, and then I want to have the athletic director, myself, and the superintendent in a meeting. So a day or two later after they met, the athletic director sent out an email via a group chat and said, hey, let's have a meeting in the lecture room with the teammates to go over a few things regarding possible, I'll have to look at it again, but it was the biological male competing. And when we got in this meeting, it was probably half of the students maybe, or the athletes. Like, I don't know if it was only a select group he sent it to, but it was pretty cut and dry. He had a 4-page binder and said, this is the Elliott Larson Act. This is the policy. This is the rules. Any questions? I mean, there was no emotion. There was no support. It was like he was forced by someone to be there. And the first question, I raised my hand. I said, Chet, did you have any knowledge of this? He said, I didn't have any knowledge of it. Even if I did, I couldn't disclose because of the Elliott Larson Act. And a few parents were you could hear them talking in the background. And then I asked him what he could do to ensure safety for my daughter and her teammates the next time that happens. And if there is a next time, he literally looked and kind of smugged and said, I can't do anything. He said about the locker room and the bathroom police. And again, it was almost like he wasn't the athletic director for our girls or our school or our team. It was almost like he was forced to be there. He didn't want to be there. Another parent raised her hand. She said, well, what do we do if they don't want to play against the male? Like, are there any repercussions? And he said, it wouldn't look good. And based off MHSAA and their guidelines, their policies, I'm not quite sure. So then it puts my daughter and her teammates in a position, even if they don't want to play or they do want to play, they feel like they're forced, because if they don't play, then they're going to be outcasted or something bad could happen to them regarding playing time or whatnot. Yeah. And we had one last parent ask the question. He said, what happens if one of our daughters gets hit with a ball and breaks her nose? What kind of legal action do we have? He said, talk to your attorney. He said, well, I'm asking you, you are athletic director. And he said, Chet said, it's just like co-ed. You know if there's a male. And I said, it's co-ed, you know you're playing against females and males. This is a female sport playing against females, so we don't know. And then he reverted back to, I can't talk about it. And that was it. And never once did he say, hey, girls, I'm sorry that we put you in position or that you were in a position. It was this person over here at Skyline High School, they have rights, they have privacy. We can't take that from them. But never once, still to this day, has he mentioned my daughter or her teammates and anyone who was affected. It was disgusting.
All right, so here we have the coach you're talking about. This is a video that Riley Gaines had posted and it went viral. So I'm just going to play it. And this is and who is this again? So I get it right.
This is the athletic director for Monroe High School.
Or this alleged student at Skyline I just, my heart goes to them, whether they're trans or not. Just having that much negative eyeball on you and rhetoric is like incredible. The amount of pressure that you feel as a 16 or 17 or 18-year-old to have to deal with that. It's like, well, I would not wish that on anybody. And just, not having parents and adults realize the impact that it's having on somebody is very frustrating, disheartening, and it makes me feel really sick to think about that.
Me too.
And cloaking it as something that like you're doing a good thing, as opposed to realizing that like you're really, really impacting somebody's life in a negative way, and not just that one person, but any other trans athlete that wants to participate but is choosing not to because they don't have to go through this shit.
So this is about. So he was showing all this care and concern for the boy and any other boy that wants to pretend to be a girl and play in athletics in your district or in Michigan. So all of his concern, all of his cares, he doesn't want to hurt the feelings of this boy. It doesn't matter about the feelings of the girls and the parents who were obviously concerned. They were obviously trying to meet with him, that were saying that they didn't like this and that felt sort of intimidated, like, if you either go along with this or who knows, maybe if your daughter's not comfortable, then she doesn't need to play. Then maybe she won't play. She can sit on the bench instead of trying to deal with this situation. So how many times did your daughter have to compete, and how many times was she expected to compete with this boy?
You played twice, correct?
Mm-hmm.
2 different matches. The first match, obviously, they were blindsided. They had no idea. The second match they played was at the multi-team tournament at Skyline High School. That's when, right prior to that, when we had a meeting with the AD, our AD, and we asked, what if the girls want to take a knee? What if they don't want to play? And he encouraged them and urged them not to do anything that would basically raise flags. It's not a good look on us. So they weren't forced to play that second game. My daughter felt like if she chose not to, she'd be missing out on something. And as a dad, I thought, and I still feel that it's not right for that male to take away an opportunity for her to play or her teammates. So they chose to play against Skyline and that tournament. They did not share the locker room at that point. They didn't change. In the jamborees, they usually don't share locker rooms. They don't go in locker rooms, correct? Yeah. But the fact that he, like you mentioned, he focused only on this poor male. Not one time did he mention his girls, which they are. That's his school, so he should be supporting his team, his school, his athletes. But he twisted the narrative so bad that the eyes went on focusing on this poor male athlete wanting to compete against females. And that I created this hate narrative, which this has never been about that one male athlete. This has always been about my daughter and her teammates and playing fair and making sure that their safety is priority, as every parent.
Yes.
But because he twisted that narrative and he went on these podcasts, keep in mind, after he was told several times not to mention anything about this Title IX case, he didn't only go on social media once and post and discuss about transgender and ideology. He went, if you look at that video, he went into his office after normal school hours to try to show that backdrop of Monroe, like that was his launch pad, but she had no right to do it.
He has it. You can see his names on there.
Yes, that was all staged. They're gonna try to get a pity party for him and his people. And then that's when he was put on a paid administrative leave.
So he was put on paid administrative. Yes, I mean, he's wearing a logo of the school. He's got his name in the background. I'm looking right now at this post. I mean, you can tell when you see something like that, obviously, you as parents and the girls, the message is clear. There's no sympathy for them. They're not going to be protected. They're not going to say, hey, I don't want to play against this boy. I mean, look, if you watch this, of course you understand that he's not on your side.
No, he never was.
Yeah.
And watching that video again just brought me back to, he pushed so hard in that meeting he had with us parent student athletes that it's privacy, we can't discuss it. But here he is on a podcast discussing only one thing, and this is biological male playing against our girls. So that's been his agenda since day one. It's been never been her safety or the team safety or privacy, never once.
And did he go on social media to lament how terrible it was that your family was receiving death threats?
No, never
That
once.
they were doxing? Did he lament that? Did he care about the feelings of your daughter or any girls who were speaking out? Because, I mean, you can talk about, well, maybe we'll get to that. I'm going too far ahead, but this is a guy that's basically like, oh, this is so terrible that we're outing this kid, as he's outing the kid.
Right.
And
Exactly.
like, and talking about him and with logos and all of that. So it's disingenuous, and clearly he's on a progressive podcast where they're just like, oh, this is so horrible. Oh, the hate, all of that. This is so bad. And he's the athletic director for Michigan. So you guys all feel like you're not protected. Your school board. So what's next? So now you know who this guy is. You know that he doesn't have your back. What's your next move?
At that point, because I was getting nowhere with him, obviously. He didn't respond to my last email. He went on, as you see, social media to push his ideology. I felt that no one was there to support my daughter or her teammates. So I reached out to a friend of mine I met through this. Her name's Laura Perry. She's running for state rep, and she helped me through the process of what our next step is and what we should do. And at that point, I said, we need to do this. We need to make sure our girls are protected. We need to make sure that we make a stand quick, because I don't want my daughter walking into another locker room or her teammates and then wondering if there's a male there. And then if there is, they have no support, because our own athletic director said he will not do anything. So the only thing I knew how to do is reach out to people. And I wanted to make a stance, and I wanted to fight for something and to file a complaint. That way, if I filed the complaint now, I was hoping and praying that eyes and ears would be on the story to make sure it didn't get brushed under the rug.
Yes, so I'm reading. So you filed a Title IX complaint in December, and I'm sure that you were thinking, well, how can this be happening? President Trump signed executive orders. The Department of Education has made it clear that they aren't going to tolerate boys and girls sports, boys and girls spaces. And did you assume that Michigan, the state of Michigan, and that your school district would be following federal law? That they
did.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, that's when we started digging. I thought, well, this is a federal law that was passed and signed, I think it was February of 2025. It could have been January. And why aren't they abiding that? Why aren't they following that policy? And that's when I started doing more research, reaching out to more people, and then realized that it's not going to be as black and white as one would think. The fact that our own school was not following federal policy, and federal law, which was a huge red flag. And at that time, I was thinking, okay, they truly don't care about student athletes, or if they do, they're being pushed and forced to preach one agenda and one-sided policy, and they didn't care about losing funding, which clearly these schools are going to feel it when they continue to put politics first rather than our kids' future first.
Yes. So you file a Title IX complaint in December. And this guy gets put on administrative leave because he's going on social media talking about these things, even though he's told not to. So what happens next?
I filed a complaint with MHSAA, which is a governing body that is over all of Michigan's athletic departments and sports. We did a complaint with Skyline High School, as well as Monroe Public Schools and Monroe High School. At that point, it was a waiting game, and I didn't think we'd hear anything from the OCR from when I spoke with them, it'd be a few years because there's so many cases. And as you mentioned, they got rid of the old and they're bringing in the new, right, to investigate.
Yeah.
And then it was a battle. I was hoping we could keep it contained and speak with the school officials and the so-called leaders to make the right decision to change policy in their school, so we didn't have to go this far. Like this could have been avoided if they just said, hey, we made a mistake, right? Let's hold people accountable. Let's make sure every athlete in our school is protected. But they didn't. They did everything except that. It was
this isn't your first instinct. This isn't the first thing you do. You went to school board, you went to your school board, you talked to administrators, you talked to the principal, you talked to the athletic director. You thought that you could reason with them. You thought that once you and some parents complained, once some girls complained, that they would obviously see the light and understand that they shouldn't be doing this. It's unpopular. Nobody wants this. But you discover, like so many of us, so many people I've interviewed, like myself, that wait a second, they don't care what I think. They don't care what the majority thinks. They don't care what the kids think. The kids that they claim that they're all about the kids. Oh, we just want inclusion, or we just care about the well-being of kids, and they use all sorts of language, but they don't care about all kids or all parents or all opinions. There's only certain opinions that pass muster for them to protect and care about. And so you're kind of left with, okay, I've got to file a complaint. When, and I'm going to put up some video that you sent me, when is it that you realize, okay, we have to go public? Like were you kind of forced to do that because they attacked you first, or did you make that decision like, we're going to have to go public with this?
I think the more I started digging and the more questions I started asking, I realized that we're on our own. I realized that this wasn't about who's right, who's wrong, or the fact that common sense should rule. When I asked our athletic director if he had prior knowledge, and he stated no, but, and then I just started reading between the lines. And then I think it was in November 9th or 10th, I believe, I received a phone call from a faculty member at Monroe High School. Said, Sean, I need to speak with you. We talked. She said, I want you to know that the head coach, the varsity coach at Monroe High School, was told a day or two prior to the match from Chet that he had knowledge of this athlete, this male playing. So he had knowledge days in advance and still chose to not only put our girls in a safety situation by competing against a male without knowing, but then urge and push them to share a locker room. And again, I didn't know this until I think it was November 9th or 10th. I got the phone call, and these are coaches, right? These are coaches talking to me. That this isn't down the 3-4 people down the road hearsay. This is a coach to an assistant coach, that he told our coach that we were playing Skyline. There's some issues going on. This kid's allegedly getting bullied. So there's prior knowledge to that. And I'm thinking, then why would he, if you had that knowledge, why would you put my daughter and her teammates in this awkward, uncomfortable, unsafe position? Like, normally you don't share locker rooms, period. I mean, there's occasions I'm sure that they have, but now you've got this major decision, or this deciding factor. There's a male on the team. Why would you push that into the locker room? Because that's his agenda. And once I found that out, and then I started seeing his post where he continued to promote trans athletes and basically rubbing dirt in our girls' face during this whole process, then I knew that it's going to be a lot. I need more help. We need more help, and we need more eyes on this, because that's the only way that our girls are going to get the privacy and safety they need and they deserve.
So a coach contacts you and says, just a heads up, and this is we'll phrase this is alleged, you're alleging. A coach contacts you and says, by the way, the athletic director, he knew. This makes a lot of sense, because the kid's getting bullied, because everywhere he goes and plays, parents and girls are figuring out, wait, that's a boy. And it would make sense to me that the director gets called and said, hey, just want to give you a heads up. there's a biological boy, or they'll say there's a transgender girl. Just going to make you aware of this because there could be a possible situation. You might need to look out for this kid. That makes sense to me. It doesn't make sense that they just like, surprise, especially if they're doing it in a way of concern. Like, we just want you to make you aware of something, that there is this boy, this pretend girl on the team. So that makes sense. So you're saying that what you've been told is he was aware of it. He wasn't being honest when he said he wasn't, that it was a surprise to him too. He was aware, and he put the girls in this position. And that's what made you act. I'm going to play a video of your daughter speaking, and then I want to get her comment about it.
Very changing because nobody would have expected that. That would have been the last thought, because as I was looking at this person, admiring how amazing they were, admiring how high they could jump, I was kind of getting down on myself. Like, I wonder why I'm not capable.
So, Briley, talk more about that. That at first you're looking at this person and you think that, you're assuming it's a girl, because in your head, and you're 16 years old, you think, well, of course, because they wouldn't allow a boy to play. And if there was a boy, we'd know. And you see him jumping higher, doing so well. And let's all note, because I'll let you guys tell me the specifics. What are the differences between boys volleyball and girls volleyball?
So yeah, the difference, there's the height of the net for sure. It's clear that boys biologically have advantages, and they will be able to swing harder and jump higher, and there's just so many different things that play into it. And from my standpoint, what I mentioned at the press conference, me getting down on myself, I've played this person my freshman year as well, and I was not aware that this was a male. So I admired them. I thought that they were an amazing player as well. Yes, I admired them, but I also was curious to how I could not get to that level. I find myself as a very hardworking volleyball player, and I put a lot of time into it and dedication, and that's something that I love about the sport. But I think that there's a certain level that male can get to that woman cannot, and that was just right there that I could not achieve. So it was definitely something that I kept in my mind while playing against them, like face to face. I was always just curious how I couldn't make it to that point.
So you're right. And there's how many inches? What's the difference, Sean?
It's about 7 inches, I believe, 6.5 or 7.5. That's a big gap.
That's a big gap. That's a big difference, because men are taller. They have more muscle mass. The ability they can jump higher. They're taller. It's easier for them, and they have more strength and power when they're spiking the ball. And in many sports, there's an adjustment made because the recognition that biologically males are different than females. And in order for sports to be fair, you can't expect girls who are shorter to be able to jump as high and you can't have the net quite as high. So if you're a biological male, you're going to have a lot of inherent advantages in a sport like volleyball. And the strength and power of a spike can cause injuries, even if you're playing against girls. And that's what they'll say, well, you get injured with girls. Of course, in lots of sports you do. But the power that is behind a male who is spiking the ball means that ball is traveling at speeds that could be very harmful and dangerous for other girls. And that makes it scary, because as we've seen with Peyton McNabb, you can suffer injury. You can have a brain injury, concussions, permanent memory loss, suffering under stroke-like conditions. You could get bruises. You could, if you're attempting, after the spike, if you're attempting to hit the ball, you could, hurt your wrist. There's a lot of different things that could happen. And you're taking on unnecessary risks. Of course, there's risks in sports, but this is an unnecessary risk to girls.
100%. She signed up to play sports against females. She understands the risk and reward every match, every game when you're playing against a female. But when you're playing against a male that looks like a female, they're setting themselves up for disaster. I mean, like you mentioned with Peyton McNabb, one hit, one ball, the right place at the wrong time. It could be a life-changing moment, and that's what we need to stop. That's what we need to avoid. It should never happen. Our girls should have the opportunity to play against females, and they should definitely have the privacy and safety in the locker room and know what they're walking into. And that's what our so-called leaders should be doing in our schools, is protecting them, not hiding things from them.
So when you spoke out, Briley, in public in this press conference, what happened afterwards? Did you get some hate from certain people? Were you treated differently by your athletic director? I mean, I know that there's positives too. What good and bad? What did you experience?
So, of course, I had my family's support. They were there for me. My dad was proud of me for speaking out, and a few of my friends as well. Had a very close friend come with me, and she was there by my side, kept me calm, love her for that. I had one interaction with some hate online. The platform Snapchat, I was posted about and kind of bashed on for speaking out. Everything that had my name involved in it was just kind of like talked down on me, which I actually reached back out to that person and I was very respectful about it, telling them I would love to have a nice conversation just so we can kind of get on the same page. Of course, we couldn't get on the same page. People have different opinions, and that's fine. But as far as it goes, from athletic director contacting me about it and everything, nobody really reached out to me. None of like the teachers. Everything was kind of kept on the down low. Nobody wanted to really speak out or talk to me about it. I think there was a sense of fear in a lot of people for talking to me about it or saying their opinions on things.
Yeah, there can be a lot of silent, secret supporters and not enough vocal supporters. Did you get a lot of positive affirmation? I know that some other girls that I've worked with, they get a lot of notes of encouragement, and that's very helpful to them.
So I definitely did have a few people reach out to me telling me they're proud of me and what I'm doing is great. It wasn't a load full of it because, like I said before, I think that there was a sense of fear of people getting involved and having their name involved, but I definitely did have support behind me.
Well, I'm just going to say is this, Erin, if you're listening, please in the comments, put your support for Briley, okay? She needs to hear that. So if you're following me, if you're following Moms for Liberty, make sure that you put some words of encouragement and support because these girls, she's 16 years old, these girls need it. They need to hear from adults. They need the support of adults. They need other women to have their back and not try to virtue signal like it and say really dumb things like the best kind of a woman is actually a man. That's not true. We need real quote feminists. So if you're listening right now, put in the chat how much you admire and respect what she's done and what her mom and dad have done. So because I want her to be able to read a lot of what I see, the support for Riley, the support for Ella Fry. There's so much love out there. These girls need to hear it. So what's your advice, Briley, to other girls that are in your situation? There are increasingly more of them and they're coming out, they're speaking up. What is your advice to them?
I would definitely just say, remember where you started. Everybody, the sport that they're playing, they love. There's a lot of dedication, commitment, and connections and bonds that are formed. And just remembering where you're starting and how far you want to go and how far you've came. Remember that you don't want something unnecessary to affect that. I think males being able to interfere with the women's sports is a big thing. And standing up, although it may be scary and like you may be afraid to speak out, I think is very, very beneficial and crucial and very helpful as well. So just remembering where you start and just remember your love for the sport and the people around you, just so we can continue to have female sports and making sure that things are fair and we're safe and everything along the path that we want to have a nice environment for the female athletes.
Yes. I want to play something else because this just came out today and I want to get your response to it. We hear a big decision, SCOTUS, B.P.J versus West Virginia. B.P.J is the male athlete that was suing the state of West Virginia, which prohibited this athlete from participating in all female athletics. There was a decision by an appellate court that said that, we're going to kick this up. This got picked up by the Supreme Court, and this kid was allowed to compete. And so the Supreme Court had to decide who was right, the state or some even federal courts, lower federal courts, or other states that say that, no, you can't do this. You can't prohibit these males. So it worked out well, but it was too late for one girl. And that's the girl in the family who was victimized by B.P.J. So I'm going to pull this up really fast. Hold on a second.
Judgment is clouded by the media, but I definitely have a sense of peace about all of it, because although I had to go through all of that and it doesn't make up for what I had to go through, I know that other girls can be protected, like my sister and my friends who are still on the team. Jesus Christ loves B.P.J. and has a place for B.P.J. if they want to be there.
That's really a great attitude that she has. But I watched the interview with her mom with an attorney from Alliance Defending Freedom, Kristen Wagner, who runs that wonderful organization. And Kristen Wagner was, so I watched, there was a panel that they had and the mom was on, and then I watched Kristen Wagner on this Sage Steele's show also talk about this. So B.P.J. had been harassing these girls, was whispering in their ears things that I don't even want to repeat, but that they were going to assault her, that they were going to do things to her. Scared her so much that she eventually quit the team. Her parents found out about it too late, and when they really started to intervene, they were told by sympathetic coaches, hey, we think it's wrong, and not only is your daughter complaining, but other girls on the team and girls from other teams are complaining. And the sport was shot put, and this was middle school at the time. So everyone knew that this boy was harassing the girls, was watching them change, making them uncomfortable, whispering that they were going to assault the girls if they had a chance, sexually assault these girls. And the girls were kind of living with this and scared and staying quiet. And finally, one girl spoke up to her mom. Now, it took years for this case to get before the Supreme Court. The ACLU had argued that this boy, B.P.J., was just an ordinary, average, mediocre athlete. Why are y'all being so mean? Well, it turns out that just before this decision was made in May, that this boy had won the championship, first place on the female track team, state. He won state as a sophomore. He won the state title in shot put. So this wasn't, even though maybe a mediocre male athlete, when competing in the female category, he's winning the state title, and probably, if allowed to continue to compete, would crush the women's records, would take the spot of girls in college. As a matter of fact, he took the spot of the girl who we just watched. She lost her spot on the team because of this boy. How does that make you feel?
That is embarrassing to hear that there was harassment and assault and everything like that. That's something that should never have to be worried about. And in my opinion, whether this male athlete was over the top amazing or not good at all, that still should not be a worry that we should have at all. Whether it is in the locker room, we shouldn't have to be concerned whether there's a male in the locker room with us or not, or in the bathroom, and even on the court. That's something that we shouldn't have to question. So I feel very, very sorry for her for having to go through that and getting her spot knocked down and the placing and everything. And it breaks my heart to hear that.
No, it does. It does. Because a lot of the same arguments that were made when it all started for this young girl when she was in 7th grade to now in high school. At first, they'll say it's not happening. And then when you prove that it's happening, they'll say, shut up, you bigot. It's great. It's wonderful. Why are you so mean? Why can't you just be inclusive? Why just be nice? Just be nice. And then they say that these boys aren't doing any harm to these girls. And then you show that they are, and they ignore it. And they turn a blind eye to it. I mean, Sean, is this the kind of scenario that you were worried about with your daughter?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one, again, the safety is a huge issue. Two, you're taking a spot away from a female athlete who's worked her butt off her whole life to get where she wants to be. And just as concerning, if not more, the fact that these teachers and coaches knew about in this case and did nothing. And that's the problem I had. It's, when is it too late? When is it enough? It's these parents, they support us, they support their child, a lot of them quietly, but the only way we're going to make a positive impact in my daughter and these females' future is getting ahead of this, right? Like, so if you follow, I was talking to my wife the other day and I said, what if you saw a male follow Briley into a bathroom, intentions regardless, if it's her same age, what would you do? Would you wait until she came out of the bathroom running and screaming, or awkward, or would you handle it now? She said, we take care of it now, Sean. Why would you ask? I said, because that's what parents need to know. Take care of the problem before it turns into not just a problem, but it could be, as we've seen countless times, these girls are being abused, raped, hurt.
Yes.
And we need to take a stand and do what we are here to do. That's being a father, a mother, a parent, protecting our children, speaking out for them, and get ahead of this political garbage and put our faith in our girls first. And that's how it should be in every school, every house.
Yes, we shouldn't wait for bad things to happen.
No,
we should have, like, our girls shouldn't have to get harmed, whether it's on the court, whether it's in the locker room, in the changing room, or they're demoralized. They're demoralized. They don't want to compete anymore. They're looking at this boy thinking, why can't I do that? This isn't fair. And this kind of negative thinking gets into an athlete's head, and it can spell a lot of problems. And then girls will quit and they won't compete anymore.
Yes, and there's been countless, hundreds, if not more, girls that quit because they don't want to face the backlash. They don't want to be involved. They don't want to walk in fear. And it's like someone like Briley, she sleeps, eats, and breathes sports. She loves every sport. And for her to walk away from that would be, to me as a parent, devastating. I know it would hurt her too. It's not fair. It's not right.
Yeah. Have you ever heard, and you don't have to name names, but have you heard from parents or coaches from this boy's team? Have you heard about how the girls that are on his team, how they feel?
Yes. Parent actually reached out to me about 2 weeks ago from the high school and said, hey, Sean, we're watching you from afar. Obviously, we support you, which I've never met them before. They reached out via Facebook. We want to say something, but my daughter has one more year left and we're afraid she'll have no playing time. These athletes were told last year that this male's playing. If you don't like it, take a seat. This is what they told their top girls, every girl on their roster. And this is the head coach and the athletic director of Skyline. They're pushing this on them. So these parents, you know, they live there, they go to school there, they're afraid to say anything. And to me, it's a little frustrating because, again, you're a parent. Everything else comes second. You're parenting first. If they're telling you that and your child that, you need to take a stand, be there for them, because not every 15 or 16 or even 14-year-old girl or 18-year-old girl has the courage to stand up. They're afraid. They're young. They don't know what they're minors. They know school. They know having fun playing sports. They don't know what it's like to be told sit down and shut up until it happens. And at that point, what do? They go to their parents. If the parents don't do anything, then they're all at a mute. They're at a standpoint. I've had several parents from Dexter reach out, which is a neighboring school, all in the same district, same thing. There's countless people in the Ann Arbor area that's reached out to me, and they've preached and reached out to let us know they support us, but they've got to do it quietly. Again, I took a stance a while ago once I started getting the hate mail and the death threats that I didn't share any of those with my daughter or my wife or my son because I wanted to protect them from that.
Yeah.
When they saw it, that's when they realized that sorry. That's when they realized how bad it was. I get emotional not because I'm afraid, but because like we shouldn't be here discussing this. Like we should be laughing and having fun and making memories and watching our girls play.
Well, you get emotional because this is, I'm getting emotional for you. It's this, you're going to battle for your kids and you put on a brave face, but it takes a toll. And to get letters and death threats, especially when this is happening in your own community, it's painful.
Yeah, it was, at first it was upset, it was rage, and then it turned it to fire to passion to realize that 95% of these people are keyboard warriors. They do that for a reason. They've probably never played sports before. They don't have families. If they do, respectfully, they're probably dysfunctional. But it came to a point where we had to turn something negative into positive and make sure people were supporting not only his bride, but all of their daughters, their sisters, their teammates, their friends, their neighbors. And people don't know what's going on. They see one side of it, and it's usually hate-filled, twisted narrative. It's not the real side that our girls just want to play the game. They just want to compete. They want to have fun. They don't want to worry about politics or walking into a locker room or a bathroom with a male in there. They shouldn't have to worry about that. They should be living their best times of their lives right now. Yeah. And that's what we're standing up for. That's what we're fighting for. And all this has done is made me stronger, my faith stronger, because I want to see my daughter and all of her teammates not just excel, but enjoy themselves, be happy, have fun.
So you were doxxed. You sent me, so people put things on social media saying meet, and I won't share it, but they put your name, your phone number, where you worked.
Yes.
They put it all out there, like, hey, meet the guy who's fighting this transgender girl, boy.
That's what it is. It was, let's see how we can harm him the most. Let's go after his job. Let's go after his workplace. Let's take pictures of their kids, post them. I mean, there's posts that show, I probably deleted over 200 of them. Pictures of my family calling us Nazis. You name it. We have a place in hell. They want our address to blow up our house, to drive by shootings. I mean, you name it. It was all. I never thought in a million years we'd see this just because I'm standing up for my daughter and every female. You hear for how many years the female rights, the activists, the groups, because they never got the support they needed. Now they're getting it. Now all of a sudden those same people, where are their voices? Because this is the time we need them the most. Because our girls they're young, they're vulnerable. They need to focus on, like I said, academics, staying in sports, and learning how to excel in life, not to be afraid in life. And I think that's what every parent needs to focus on, is take a step back and look at where they're at and ask themselves, what's better? A child who quits sports because of this, one of your children, they're hurt, whether it be on the court, they're raped, or do we stand up now and be uncomfortable for a few days and get the threats and the hate mail? But at the end of the day, you've got a safe child, you have a happy child, and one you can watch grow and excel in the sports as long as she wants to. That's the parents, that's the choice parents need to make.
I'm going to put I was just got one of the messages. So here, this is something that you sent me, that where there's a family picture. So you've got your family Christmas picture and this woman. And unfortunately, too often the case, it's these woke women that are the worst. And they say this is Sean and his Nazi family. So how awful. Please pray that they have the day they deserve. I mean, that's just awful. That's a vile human being to do that. And that's just a sample of hundreds of emails that you had. I know exactly what this is like. I've been through it myself. I've had to delete countless. I know what you're going through. It's weird how numb you can get to it many years later, and we shouldn't be. It's horrific. But when you first see something like this, it's pretty scary. It's frightening. And all of this is meant to intimidate people like you from ever saying anything.
That's it.
They want to silence you. They want you to be afraid. Like you said, these are bot armies. These are just small groups of activists, but they make you feel like you're outnumbered. And when enough of us don't come out and say, yeah, I'm with you, Sean. Yeah, Briley, I've got your back. You're 100% right. And they're not openly supporting. Maybe they don't want to file a lawsuit with you or something, but they can say, hey, I 100% support Sean. He's absolutely right. Boys aren't girls. I mean, what is so treacherous about saying something so obvious? Boys aren't girls. They can never be girls. They should not be changing in the same locker room as girls. We should not pretend they are girls so as to not hurt their feelings. This is ridiculous. Emperor calling out, it's common sense. And the fact that there are too many adults that are afraid to say, even, yeah, Sean, you're right, that's unacceptable. And I hope that through this, people can understand that not only do actions have consequences, but inaction has consequences.
Yes.
By not doing anything, you're allowing Sean and Briley, you're letting them get up in the town square as people throw rocks at them, and you're just like, oh, isn't that too bad? I silently support you. No, you got to do more than that. If they can target 2, it's a lot harder to target 20
Yes.
or 50 or 100. That gets harder and harder. So the bigger the numbers grow, and they don't even have to be that big, but when it's just one family up against this entire state of Michigan, that gets a little bit hard, and they should not be alone. So I think that I hope that you get a lot of support from your state and around the country. So, and I thank you for standing up. For some people, there's a Pareto principle. First, there are a select group of people that this kind of absolute outrageousness, it doesn't cause them to back down. It actually gets them more inspired to keep fighting. And luckily, Sean, you're one of those people, and your wife and your daughter. So thank you, because we need more like you. Do you find, Briley, even you at your young age, do you find that now that you've withstood all of this, that you don't care? I mean, we all care what people think. Okay, I'm not going to say you don't care what people think, but that you don't care about it so much that you're going to let it stop you from doing the right thing. Do you feel empowered now that you've kind of survived all of this?
100%. In the beginning, I was definitely nervous to get my name out there, that this is what I was standing up for, this is what I believed in. But at the end of the day, this is what I believe in, this is what we're fighting for, and we want a change. And I'm not only fighting for just myself, but I'm fighting for all of the other female athletes. So I am actually even more encouraged the longer we are bringing this, and the harder we try, the more and more I get encouraged.
That's great to hear. What about you, Sean? You and your wife, how do you feel?
I think it's just, like I said before, I think it's just made me kind of open my eyes to everything. I think it's made me stronger inside. As I mentioned, a lot of the threats and the Facebook messages, I don't even watch those anymore. It's reaction, and all they try to do is create negative reaction and negative action. So I think the more I talk, the more I watch her play sports, the more her and I communicate. She's growing so quick. She's this is her junior year. She's an old soul though. She's got a huge vision. So we're going to continue to fight until we get what's right for my daughter and every female, no matter what it takes. I'm in this for the long haul. When my kids were born, that was our job, is to keep them safe, help them excel in life, and protect them. And I'm not going to back down from that, no matter what's in front of me.
Awesome. Amen. So I want to rewind a little bit, since we've got some time. We really want to tell this story, right? So we're going to go back to where you file this OCR complaint. What is the response from the school district?
When we originally filed the complaint,
Did they acknowledge it?
they did acknowledge it. They said they'd be in contact, and then that's when the ball started rolling. Then our attorneys reached out to them, trying to figure out what happened, what was going on. And then they decided to do a third-party internal investigation on themselves. So that makes sense.
And then, so who are your attorneys, and when did you? Because this is going to be practical information for parents when they think, when do I reach out? How did you get attorneys? What was that process? So briefly, like what happened?
Somebody actually reached out to me. They said, "Hey, Sean, we've got a local attorney who works across the nation. They've been watching your situation, and they want to find out to see if you'd be interested in talking with them." I said, "Sure." So it's the Thomas More Law Firm in Ann Arbor. And then our dialogue started from there. They've been great. They've been amazing.
And they're pro bono. They're public interest.
That is correct. Yeah. I just spoke with them maybe 2 hours before you and I started chatting. We keep in contact 4 to 5 days a week. They've been amazing. And
thank you to the Thomas More Society for doing this. And everyone, if you're listening to this, support them. Go check them out. I'll put links. But we really need to support the public interest firms that take these cases, because there's no way you could have afforded to do this. I mean, these hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yes, we looked, and that was my big concern. How do I do it? What do we do? At what point is enough, right? I mean, how deep do you dig? And then it was a blessing that they reached out, and yeah, it's been really good so far.
So you've got attorneys, and they know what they're doing, and they're helping you, and you file an OCR complaint, and because you're hoping for the Office of Civil Rights. That would be, right now, Harmeet Dillon is the Assistant Attorney General under the Department of Justice, the DOJ. So the OCR, you're hoping that they're going to investigate, file complaints with the DOE, the Department of Education, and it gets kicked to OCR. So you file this is December 5th, and the complaint with OCR is with the Michigan Department of Education, MHSAA, and both school districts. So yes. MHSAA, that's the governing body for Michigan athletics, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the school districts are Monroe and
Ann Arbor.
Ann Arbor. All right. So then, and I showed you a clip, December 8th, you have a press conference with the representative. I want to make sure that we acknowledge them. Who were the representatives that were with you at the press conference?
It was Mike Rogers was there. Laura Perry was there. State Representative Jamie Thompson, Joe Bellino. We had a handful. Riley Linting. We had a lot of support there.
That's great. So you had a lot of legislators say, like, this is absurd. This shouldn't be happening. They were supporting your family and Briley. Were there any other girls other than Briley speaking out?
Speaking out, no.
Alone.
She had one of her friends with her that day from the volleyball team, but no, just Briley, unfortunately.
Yeah. So hear that, like, one girl, Jennifer say, we'll be talking. You have one girl here standing up when there's a lot of different teams that played this boy, a lot of different girls. There's one girl, one family that says something wrong, isn't something right. One family filing this complaint, one pro bono public interest law firm that says, okay, we're going to take this case. They don't have the money of the ACLU. They don't have George Soros money. You know, this is David versus Goliath stuff.
Yes.
That's pretty much all I ever see. But sometimes David wins. And so we'll get to that. But so then we talked about the athletic director's media interviews. There's also, you mentioned, there's also social media posts where he's posting on social media. He's showing his hand that he supports this boy. He supports trans girls. And our kids know more about social media than we do. So all the kids know. And it's like a warning, like,
when he started posting that, I had calls from countless teachers at our school, countless coaches at our school, and then from three or four other schools in the district. Hey, did you see what he's posted? So he's getting out there and just pushing it, and like you said, he's showing his cards. I mean, period. And there's no way to back out of that at this point. It's the whole time we should be focused on the team and the girls, but he was focusing on his transgender agenda, unfortunately.
Well, I think he's sort of saying, he's telling everyone this, don't even bother. Don't bother. Like, what coaches are going to speak out? They're going to say, we already know the outcome of this. And I don't think this is right, but they'll think we've just got to ride this out. Yep. We've got to ride this out. And there's nothing we can do. I can't lose my job. And parents think, I don't want to be targeted. My employer isn't going to like this. Girls, and as you know, Briley, girls can be sensitive, very sensitive, especially that age. They don't want to be teased. It's no fun. It's no fun to go on Snapchat and TikTok and see videos done about you. I mean, it's not fun as an adult, but as a teenager, it's hard. Did you and your wife have to have conversations with Briley about social media and don't look at it? Because
actually, I told my wife. We had a family talk. It was my son, my daughter, my wife. I told all of them, don't go on social media. Don't look at the post. This is after about a month that I was already getting it and realizing how bad it was. And then I realized it's not worth it, right? The keyboard warriors, it means nothing. They have nothing to lose, right? So I told them, don't look at anything, because all it's going to do is, one, get you upset. Two, want you to respond, and that's what they want. Yeah. So we worked really hard on not even paying attention. I mean, for what, right? There's no reason for it. If there's anything negative, we just go right over it.
So the district in April releases, at some point they announced that they're going to investigate themselves.
Yeah.
No need for the government to come in. No need for the Trump administration or Harmeet Dillon. We're going to investigate ourselves. And let me guess, they found out that they had done nothing wrong. I'm just guessing.
Oddly enough, they found no violations on themselves.
Wow, that's a real surprise. The school board said we didn't do anything wrong. That's a real shocker. I'm sure many who are involved in school board elections and advocacy know how you feel. And so they release, we've done absolutely nothing wrong. And tell it, like, how did that feel? What did your lawyers say?
So the superintendent was the one who released that information before it got to the board. We were unaware that the board they weren't able to vote on it. They didn't have a chance to vote. They didn't even know what happened until they reinstated the athletic director. So when we saw that, my attorney looked at me, he said, I told you, Sean, I mean, he had an idea the whole time what was going to go on. He goes, why would you have a third party investigation paid for by yourself, investigating yourself? He's like, how do you think that's
paid
going to
for
go?
by you, paid for by
the taxpayers, right?
Yeah.
So it was shocking because, it said we find no violations, Title IX violations. We found our policies are good. They're subpar. But at the end of that 12-page report that again took over 120 days, that they stated
120 days.
Over 120 days, yes. It was supposed to take 60 or less.
Whatever. Oh yeah, there's took longer, twice as
Right.
long.
So it said that, their policies are up to board, but at the very end it said moving forward, they're going to be changing the locker room policy as they will not be sharing the locker room with visiting teams any longer. Well, it should have stated they're not going to be sharing female lockers with male athletes. So they completely skirted around the main focus. And then I've never saw a policy that's not broke. Why fix it, right? Why change a policy that's not broke? So again, they showed their cards. That was just, it was very discouraging. And we took a lot of time to get there. And I just felt like we spent and wasted a lot of everyone's time. But
well, it's not a waste of time. This is part of the process though. You didn't waste your time because the OCR investigation, well, that time is cut in half because they've showed their cards, because they can't say that, oh, we were blindsided or we had no idea. Like, they've done a lot of things that kind of make it easier to get an actual OCR investigation and to facilitate it faster. But so they say that they initially say nothing we can do. Boys can go in the girls' locker room. Girls are going to have to play boys. Nothing we can do because we don't want to violate Title IX. We don't want to be sued. I'm sure they said that. We don't want to get sued. We're going to get sued. And what about our insurance? Or
right.
We'll be in violation of Title IX. So they say that, but then after this investigation, that went twice as long, the cost taxpayers money, they say, we didn't do anything wrong, but the policy that we said was actually like set in stone. There's nothing we could do. Actually, there is something we can do. We're no longer going to allow boys to change in the female facilities. We're going to change our policy.
But they said that they're not going to allow the visiting teams to share. They never said male athlete, which threw a curveball to us, because that's the whole focus. That's the whole key point. So because they don't want people to know, in my opinion, they don't want us taxpayers and the community to know that their policy states that they don't discriminate against
gender identity,
but their own policy that violates Title IX. Their very own policy violates Title IX. Right. And they don't want the community to know that. And they've already violated, there's countless violations.
So they said only the visiting teams.
That's right. That's all they said.
No visiting teams can share locker spaces because they think that, okay, this is the way that we can throw these parents a bone, and and maybe some think, okay, well, that's okay. I think that's crap, but and you did as well. So then they find no, and this teacher, this athletic director that was on paid administrative leave, and I wonder if he had said that I love President Trump. I totally agree with him, and men can never become women. And I wonder if he'd gone on, let's say he'd gone on, like, the Daily Wire or Benny Johnson's show instead of some progressive. I wonder if he'd get paid administrative leave.
Yeah, right. I doubt that very much.
Plain old fired.
The second.
Expressing his opinion, but because, I mean,
Well, that's
I
that was the
digress.
other concerning thing is like our superintendent sent an email to all faculty members and said, do not talk about this, do not discuss this. Basically silenced them. And I've got a lot of friends that are teachers, and there are some coaches that they support us, they support their kids that play sports with my daughter, but they were afraid to lose their job, right? And they push that narrative on these students or on these teachers and coaches that they're afraid to talk. Yet you've got the athletic director, the so-called leader, going on multiple social media, and he vents, he states what he wants to say, and not only does he get paid leave, he gets reinstated. How does that make sense?
No, and so they told while they were doing this third party investigation, no one can talk publicly, and so which isn't true, but they made people feel like, oh, you can't talk publicly because they know that they don't want more public support. They don't they want you to feel isolated. They want you to feel completely alone so that you'll just go away. But the Thomas More Law Center filed an objection and appeal letter in April of this year, April 13th of this year. And right afterwards, April 21st, they reinstate Hessen, and the board declined to take up a vote on that reinstatement.
That is correct. We fought for the appeal. We went there. My daughter gave her testimony. I gave my testimony. We gave the board all the information that we had, all the facts, all the findings that they were never privy to. The superintendent, they never shared that with the board members. So from the interviews stating that Chet had a prior knowledge, from multiple and countless policies at Monroe Public School, the policies that he violated, not to mention the Title IX, and everything packaged up with a bow, and they wouldn't vote to appeal the reinstatement. They said, we're going to wait. We're going to sit back and wait to see what happens with the Supreme Court case. And that was their response.
They want to wait. So they specifically say, we're not going to do anything until we hear from the Supreme Court. So, well, that's kind of interesting. But now you all, what do you do with all of this between this time in April and June? What does your family discuss? What do you talk about? What that you can reveal with your lawyers? What was your next step?
You know, from day one, when we said we're going to move forward, we're going to fight this, we knew it would be a long process, and we were just waiting for the right pieces of the puzzle, I guess, to come together, meaning the appeal, the interview process, the alleged third-party investigation, hoping that they would conform and do the right thing. And if they didn't, it would be out in public. It would show their card. So right now we're waiting just for a few more things to take place. Then we'll move forward with our federal suit.
Okay, and then did you go to speak to your school board meeting?
We went multiple times, yes. 4 times, I believe. I spoke 3 times, and Briley spoke once.
And you made an appeal to your school board?
Yeah, I mean, after we gave him the facts and the attorney asked me questions at the end of the day, I said, board members, just remember why you got elected. You were elected to do a job. That was to protect our community, to protect our kids. And if there's something wrong, and if a policy's broke, speak up. I said, put politics aside, be a parent, be a mother, be a father first. And I pleaded, do what's right. Don't do what's political, do what's right for the kids.
Did Briley speak?
She did.
How was that? How did that feel to go and speak to your school board?
Of course, it was a little scary at first. A lot of them were familiar faces that I have seen within the buildings. But once I was able to speak out and say my opinion, I felt great. I felt like it was definitely a big step that I needed to take. And yeah.
All right, I'm going to play those at the end of this. I'm going to get copies of that and make sure everyone sees that. But so you speak to your school board meeting. Did you continue to try to, and Sean, you also started an organization.
We did, yes. Like I said, once we had all the hate mail and everything going on, I wanted to turn something negative into positive. So we started Protect Her Game Foundation. Our goal is not only just to advocate for my daughter and every female, but hopefully at the end of each calendar year, we can raise enough money where we can award scholarships to 3 or 4 local female athletes. And hopefully we can get it big enough where we can go across the nation.
That's amazing. And I'm going to pull that up while we're talking, but that's what you have to do. Hold on. That's what you have to do. You have to just keep being proactive, because they are trying to silence you. They're trying to isolate you, just to get you to back down. And it's when you keep going that you can see wins, even in states like Michigan, in states like Wisconsin, states that are purple, that have Democrats as governors, and then you've got Republicans running 1 or 2 of the state branches, whether they're the Assembly or the Senate. So you get to be a little bit of a stalemate. Things go back and forth, but you can never quite get things across the finish line, because in order to get bills that protect women and girls sports passed in your state house, they have to be signed by a governor. So you've got to have all of these things come together, and that's not an easy task. In fact, there are some red states that a lot of pressure had to be applied before, even when they had all that control, where there was too much public pressure. They couldn't resist it. They had to pass these bills to protect girls' sports, protect girls' private spaces. That in Iowa, where we had Samantha Fett, who she was a Moms for Liberty leader, then she got elected, and she spearheaded bills that removed gender identity protections from their state constitution. So it took a lot of this stuff takes time and work, and that's why it's so important to operate at your local level, at all levels of government, but that you have to come at this like woke ideology nonsense at a whole bunch of different levels. But so it's really important, and I'm really glad that you started this organization. And has that made you feel empowered, Briley? How'd you feel about your dad starting this organization, being so outspoken?
I am beyond proud and thankful for him. I think it's amazing that he's doing this. I mean, of course, it would have been awesome if he had more support with his friends and other fathers, but the fact that he's pushing through and he's made it so far is so inspiring to me. I look up to him as a role model, and he keeps pushing me to help fighting for this. And I think it's amazing, and I'm just beyond blessed to have a father like him.
Yes, that's great. And I'm going to pull up, because and I have that listed on our social media accounts, but just in case, we're going to pull this up. So here, Protect Her Game. And you can see here, it's at Dads for Her, at Dads, capital DADS, number 4, capital HER. So there you have some of the articles and the promo for our post. But yeah, so go to this social media page and follow and show support, because it's great. We keep complaining, like, we need more dads. So we've got some dads. There's some other group in Maine. There's a group of dads, more and more. We need dads. Mama bears are great. We're fighting the fight, but especially in something like this, we need dads to stand up and protect girls. And it's very different, the response that I see in school board meetings, even in committee hearings, when dads are there speaking out versus moms. I think there's more intimidation factor. I think they're a little more nervous when men are acting as protectors.
As we all should. I spoke with the gentleman from Dads for Maine the other day. He seems like a great guy. I mean, what he's doing is awesome. I just thought with myself, what better thing can we do to take something so negative, turn it into something positive, and help promote these girls, whether it be to the next travel team, the next college scholarship, anything we can do to help them so they stay in the sport, so we don't lose them to a male athlete. That's anything we can do on our end to help them. That's That's what my goal is. That's what our goal is.
And then, so there's two sets of good news. When we'll wrap this up, and I will talk again soon because I'm sure there's going to be more to your story. But there is an announcement on June 18th, and that's what I put this up on our social media, and then you reached out, that the Office of Civil Rights opened a Title IX investigation into Ann Arbor, Monroe, and Chippewa Valley. So how did you first hear about this awesome news?
Actually, one of the journalists that you and I spoke about earlier, Dave Bond, he actually reached out to me and sent me a snapshot of the highlight from, I don't think it was the OCR, it was the Department of Education.
Yeah, the Department of Education.
Yeah, so, but it was just the top, the caption. So I didn't see our school, I didn't see Ann Arbor. So I went online, looked up their website, and it was there. And I was told that it could take 2+ years to even get in front of them because there's so much going on. And I said, that's kind of weird. I haven't got an email. Well, it's my old Gmail account. So I pulled that up, and it was
in black, yeah, in the 3 school districts, and that they specifically cited what happened to your daughter.
Yeah, it was it was a feel of relief, excitement. It felt good.
It felt, and that it did, and you're right, these can take a long time. So they're on notice. And what is your, so I have here the response from the Monroe. Yeah. So what is the response? Because of course, your lawyers contact, the school district, you do, about board policy. So what is this letter that was dated for June 24th?
So we received that, before I was notified about the DOE and the OCR. It's their rebuttal, basically. Hey, Sean, we really feel bad for your daughter and her teammates. It shouldn't happen. We're here to talk. But at the end of the day, if you look at the last probably 2 sentences, I believe it states that they're going to review policies after the Supreme Court makes a decision on, I think it was, they don't call it out, but it was the Little versus Hecox case. So we know how that happened. Now we're just waiting for a response to what they're going to do.
Yes.
To change their policy.
It says the board has scheduled a review of its policies, including its non-discrimination policies. And again, like I've said, all of this is hiding in non-discrimination policies. They have inserted gender identity into their Title IX protections. And that is something that the Supreme Court has said that very clearly, resoundingly, that gender identity is not a protected class. Gender identity is not protected by the Equal Protection Clause, the 14th Amendment. The definition of sex, as far as Title IX, is male and female. And so it couldn't be more clear. Read the full opinion. It's so abundantly clear that I know that they say that states can and shall, but with the clarity of that Supreme Court opinion in B.P.J, which includes Hecox v. Little, it's, to me, your Monroe's public schools, they've got their answer. They don't need to wait. They can change the policy right now. They could hold a special session and say, we've got to be in compliance with federal law. And if I were them, I would do that, considering that the Assistant Attorney General, Harmeet Dillon, who runs the Office of Civil Rights, just yesterday swore in 100 new lawyers into the Office of Civil Rights. Now, the Office of Civil Rights, they're the lawyers that are going to investigate your district. So now there's more people, and the Department of Education, Secretary Linda McMahon just announced a few weeks ago that, you know what, in order to expedite these investigations, the Department of Education is going to pretty much transfer most of these cases just right on over to the Office of Civil Rights. That's going to cut the time down significantly, meaning that your district and these other 2 districts, they're going to be facing enforcement action sooner rather than later. And can your district afford to lose federal funding and take that gamble?
I don't think they can. I don't think any school can, especially ours.
Yep. Nope. And it does say, and I'm going to read this, the board has already scheduled a review of its policies, including its non-discrimination policies, this July. It's July.
Right.
So that should be
waiting for it.
This timeline was established in anticipation of guidance expected from the United States Supreme Court in June. Well, they've got their answer. So Monroe Public Schools, you've got your answer. June 30th, the Supreme Court gave you the guidance by which you can determine if your policy is inadequate, invalid, and violates the federal law, and it does. So now I can't wait to see how fast you're going to change things. I can't wait to see the speed at which you're going to change your non-discrimination policies. I'm sure they're going to do it right. No, but so you've got your case, and it's going forward. It's moving forward, regardless. So what does that mean?
I think to us, it's a matter of continuing to stick together, just focus on what's right, do the right thing. My daughter's, she's extremely strong. I mean, she has a lot of friends at Monroe. She loves a lot of her teachers, her coaches. She loves the game, but to us, it means more than just one game. It means her future, her privacy, and every female's future and privacy when it comes to athletics, sports, and even just walking in the bathroom. We're not going to stop fighting. We're just going to take it one step at a time. And once we get some more information, we're going to take that next step. And as I mentioned, we're not going to stop. So whatever it takes, we're going to do.
And so an update that I have, as of July 1st, the MHSAA said the ruling by the Supreme Court changes nothing for Michigan because the Elliott-Larsen Civil Rights Act requires our current policy, and any change must come from the legislature. So that is going to be a point of contention that is going to dominate the federal courts. In the meantime, the language of the Supreme Court ruling indicates that school districts can absolutely change their policies. And I don't think they have to risk lawsuits from anyone other than you and the Trump administration and the Office of Civil Rights, and they're risking losing federal funding. So they're gambling with the fact that I think a lot of these districts are hoping that they can just outlast the Trump administration.
They are. I think that's what their goal is. I think that they've been hiding behind policy for so long, even if it's been a watered down policy. Now, as you mentioned, this is what the law states. The states can make the decision. The schools can make. So now you've got nothing to hide behind. Do what's right. Do what's right for student athletes.
Do the right thing. And so, and Briley, what, in closing, what do you have to say to the Monroe County schools and to other girls your age? What should they do? Because the school year is it's going to come fast. July 4th is over. We're still enjoying summer, but August rolls around really quick. And you start, if you're in sports, you're in it all summer, and then practice starts up in August. What is your advice to girls, and what would you like to say to your school district? I want you to make a plea to the adults on your school board who can absolutely make a change that would be positive for you and all the girls.
So, like I mentioned previously, just remembering to other girls, remembering how much fun you have and all the love that you're surrounded in, just remember how much that means to you and how much that also means to other girls. So being able to continue to fight for this and fight for what is right, I think that that's something that just needs to continue to happen until it's not a problem anymore. To the education in my school, I just think that there's main things that need to be focused on: the safety, the privacy, and the fairness of the game. And that's all we ask for. It's a very, very simple thing that we're asking for. And Of course, it's not something that we should have had to dealt with, but we are dealing with it now, and we're trying our best to make it the best that we can. So I would just say, like, keeping us girls in mind and even the future. So, and remembering just like the three main things: the privacy, fairness, and safety. That's all we're asking for.
And that's not a lot. That's the bare minimum. You're asking for them to protect your dignity, your privacy, your safety, to protect your sport, to make it fair that this non-discrimination policy discriminates. Heads up, you're discriminating against girls. You're discriminating against thousands of girls because one boy feels like a girl. That boy should absolutely be able to play a sport in the male category. They're going to have to play in the male category. They're going to have to try to compete and win as a biological male. That's what's fair. And I think if there are those that don't like that, then they should be fighting really hard for some other category. But that's not your problem, Sean. That's not your problem, Briley. That's not my problem. And that's what I would like to say is a you problem to those who don't like it. That's not a me problem. So, and I think to say that isn't mean, and don't. It's just logical and normal. And don't let people tell you that things that are normal are abnormal and things that are abnormal are normal. And Briley, I'm very proud of you that at a very young age, you are recognizing this. It will do you well throughout life. The courage that you are developing, that you already have, is absent in people twice, 3 times your age. So you're going to be a strong, independently minded woman, and that's a blessing. That's a blessing, and I'm glad to talk to you and know you, and can't wait to work with you more and tell your story. And Sean, thank you so much for being a dad who isn't taking this lying down. I know, and you're actually behaving very well, because my dad, who my dad, in his words, he'd say I would be in jail.
So that's normally the case. My wife has done a pretty good job with making sure I was calm and collective.
Because you have to be, okay?
You have to be, yeah, because if not, they win.
Yes, you can't, because that's what they would love. They would love for you to do something like that, you know. So, but there needs to be a healthy respect and fear that the dad of the girls that you are bullying and intimidating is going to get mad and going to do something. And then that doesn't mean like anything physical, but do exactly what you're doing, that you're just going to stand and continually fight. And I love Marvel comics, so I'll quote Captain America: you've got to plant your feet in the ground. And when the world tells you something wrong is something right, and tells you you have to move, you say no, you move. Absolutely. You move. I'm not going anywhere. And too many people have moved. Too many people have backed away. And I'm glad that you guys have planted your feet and said, nope, we're not going anywhere. So thank you so much. Thank you for coming on and telling your story. And I have a feeling there'll be a lot of good to come, and I can't wait to see the results of this investigation, and hope that it's sped along rather quickly, since you've done a lot of the legwork. And I thank the Thomas More Society that is defending you. And I hope that there are more and more that come forward. I hope that they get so busy that they are funded and they have to hire more lawyers to defend all of the parents and girls in Michigan that are tired. Be a blessing. Be a blessing, a big blessing. So thank you guys very much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. That was a great interview. That was amazing. Hold on, I want to get a few things. So that was great. That was a great interview. Loved it. So such a strong family, such a great spirit, so willing to fight, and exactly what we need to see more of. So I want to play a few things. First of all, I'm going to, got it right here. Let's get this up. Adelaide Cross. I want to play her full interview. Let's pull it up. Oh, the sad first. So I want to play the full interview of Adelaide. It's really touching. We only got a little sample of it, so waiting for this commercial to go through. And
I definitely have a sense of peace about all of it, because although I had to go through all of that and it doesn't make up for what I had to go through, I know that other girls can be protected, like my sister and my friends who are still on the team. Jesus Christ loves B.P.J. and has a place for B.P.J. if they want to be there.
I was trying to get the full interview, but if you go on to, hold on.
They started changing in stalls, which was not really normal. You would have kids separated to try to not be around him, but it was still hard because during track meets you had to be around him, and girls were just uncomfortable. They didn't want to be around him. I know other teams started canceling coming to track meets so their girls didn't have to put up with it, and it's just really sad to see all that happening, which with girls deserve to have that space, and it's just been taken away.
How do you feel knowing that those allegations are still being denied even to this day?
It is really frustrating of my school district because I went to them with the issues and I thought that they would handle it and I thought that they would protect me. And I know that they confirmed it happened. I know several other children confirmed that it was happening to me and they completely ignored it. They attempted to silence me, they attempted to silence my parents. And that's really frustrating, especially as a 14-year-old. I just wanted to compete in sports. It's really hard to think about even now to know how many other kids could they be doing that to? How many other situations of sexual abuse are happening that they're silencing? It's just really frustrating. The hardest part of the whole situation for me has been losing friends that I've had for years. Excuse me. I've been friends with like these kids since middle school, early elementary school, and to watch as we get older and we get into high school, they just want nothing to do with me, and it's really hard because their judgment is clouded by the media. And I understand that, but it's just still been really hard. It's people I love don't want to talk to me now. When I first had the option to stand up, I was 14 and I was terrified and I didn't really want to. And I told God that I would do it if he made it abundantly clear for me, and he did. And he has showed up for me since. He is unbelievably faithful. And anytime I'm feeling discouraged, he shows his hand in the case for me. And it's just been amazing. When I first started, again, like I said, I told God that he would have to make it abundantly clear if he wanted me to. And the next day I got on my phone and the verse of the day on the Bible app was Esther 4:14, which is perhaps you were created for such a time as this. And I knew that that was what he wanted me to be doing. And all throughout the case, that verse has been so prevalent in my life. A girl showed me a song at the gym when I was feeling discouraged, and the lyrics were just Esther 4:14 over and over again. So he has remained faithful. My sophomore year of high school, I was wearing a shirt that said Save Women's Sports. A bunch of kids had chosen to wear it because they were enraged over what was happening. And I walked into my homeroom, and my homeroom teacher, who I'd had for 2 years, told me that she sees me as less of a person. And that was kind of really scary for me. I didn't know what to say. I just kind of left. And by my junior year, I had been moved from my homeroom. Majoritively, my high school has been very supportive. A lot of people, teachers of the administration, I know they support me. Most of the kids, I know that they support me, but there's a very small population that does not, and they are extremely vocal about it. They are aggressive, and there have been threats, and there's been hate. So while it's like an 80-20, it feels more of a 50-50, which has been hard, but I know that most people support me, so I know that I will be okay, but I'm definitely afraid for how that small percent of people reacts to me. Yeah, the school I go to is a very sports-based high school, and even just extracurriculars, and I've had to quit all 3 of the ones that I've done and
Oh
loved,
my God.
and I definitely feel like I've kind of missed a bit of the camaraderie and the friendship that comes from it, and also just the fact that I do an extracurricular. I definitely miss that, but it's all worth it to protect women and girls. I think that the media likes to focus heavily on how the transgender athletes feel about the situations happening, and I believe that what they should be focusing on is how the biological women are being affected. This is their spaces, and it is being taken from them. I definitely have a sense of peace about all of it.
This is too important. I want to watch this again. I had not seen this full clip. Sorry, our air conditioning went out of my house, so it's getting a little hot in here. But we need to discuss this a little bit more in detail. I thought I'd seen some clips. This is the first time I've seen her speak. I've seen her mother speak, as I talked about. I've seen her mother speak to Kristen Wagner and to Sage Steele. There was a wonderful panel that Alliance Defending Freedom had after it was in January of 2026 of this year, after the Supreme Court had heard the oral arguments for B.P.J versus West Virginia and Hecox versus Little. I was there in person. One of the highlights of probably my whole career in activism, because I had been fighting for so many years and working with all of these wonderful young ladies and with the lawyers, putting out social media, actually talking to the girls that have been affected by radical gender ideology and the insertion of gender identity into the definition of sex in non-discrimination policy. And that's how it's done. That's how we get this insanity, because the Equal Protection Clause has been misapplied by woke activists to include gender identity. And it's like nailing Jello to a wall when you ask these people, whether they are doctors or lawyers or whoever they are that espouse this actually anti-truth ideology, when you try to get them to define gender identity, they can't, because it's an elusive. It changes every day. A kid can have a new gender identity every day. They can identify as rocks, for crying out loud. That's why you see that now the new trend among the uber woke professors is to eliminate the term gay, lesbian, and bisexual because it's offensive to trans. It's nothing. There's no meaning, there's no logic, no truth. It's an ambiguous blob of idiocracy. And that's why it's so dangerous. So everyone's like, oh, why can't you just be nice? Well, you cannot be tolerant of lies. You can't be tolerant of a vision of civilization based on nonsense. So, anyway, let's watch this, because boy is this girl, she's really something. And so again, I was able to watch a panel that Alliance Defending Freedom put on at an event that they had after the oral arguments. There was a lot going on over those couple of days, a lot of awareness, a lot of collaborations, a lot of, because so many different organizations and athletes had come to DC in early January to petition and show our support for preserving and protecting Title IX and the protection of women and girls in their sport and in their privacy, and just overall defending sanity in Western civilization. So let's again watch what she has to say. Press play over here. All right, let's.
Because although I had to go through all of that and it doesn't make up for what I had to go through, I know that other girls can be protected, like my sister and my friends who are still on the team. Jesus Christ loves B.P.J. and has a place for B.P.J. if they want to be there. A lot of girls, after B.P.J. came into our locker room, started going to the bathroom. They started changing in stalls, which was not really normal. You would have kids separate.
No, that's not really normal. That's not normal at all. But that's what happens. The biological girls end up hiding. They end up using the gender neutral spaces that are supposed to be afforded to the child who is identifying as trans or has a different gender identity than the biological sex that they were born with. So actually in obviously a very memorable interview I had with the late Charlie Kirk in 2005, this is a topic that we discussed at length. I was able to be on his show. We had 2 long segments, and I was discussing an issue that happened in Westosha, Wisconsin, in which a 16-year-old, 200+ pound biological male that was 6'4" was using the girls' locker rooms and changing rooms and bathrooms, leering at them, touching himself inappropriately in private areas while they were changing, rubbing lotion on himself, claiming that he was trying to prevent chafing. So this is all documented, and I'll pull it up. It went crazy viral. A lot of big organizations picked this up. I went on the Charlie Kirk show to talk about this, and Charlie Kirk said this was probably one of the worst cases that he had ever heard. So, but everyone on the left said, okay, you're exaggerating. The girls are exaggerating. They're being dramatic. That's a quote. Told by teachers, you're being dramatic. The girls who complained, the teenage girls. All these statements, all of this, you can verify everything. This happened. And it's a more complicated story. I won't get into it. I should actually bring it back up and do some reels and segments on it, because I think we forget. Time passes and people forget. But then you hear now Adelaide talk about in middle school, girls hiding and changing from B.P.J., who was not just a shy little kid. Oh, just shy and scared. No, was walking in like he owned the place and making everyone else feel uncomfortable. So the girls The actual girls are hiding and changing. Remember, Ella Fry told you the girls were provided a map where they could find the custodian stalls that they could use if they didn't want to be in a bathroom with a boy. This is the audacity, the hubris, and the arrogance of administrators that are clinging, gasping to hold on to shreds of power and control. I mean, the signs could not be more obvious. It's like blinking lights, like it's over. And the majority of Americans agree. However, when too many people think it can't happen in their school, it's not happening to their kid, it won't happen to their kid or grandkid. And so while they're shocked and outraged, and they'll say in polling, oh yeah, oh my goodness, they don't actually do the thing that needs to be done to really end this, and that is speak publicly. Say out loud everywhere you go. Jen says this all the time. Say out loud that this is ridiculous. Openly mock it. Like, isn't this insane? Don't you think this is crazy? Tell your daughters to say at the lunch table, did you hear about what's happening? Isn't that nuts? To be proactive, like a lot of these girls, like Briley, like Ella, like Alexa, like Maddie, like Sophia, like Adelaide, to just keep talking about it. And even if this hasn't happened to you, say, I never want it to happen to me, and I support Adelaide. I stand with her. I stand with Briley. I stand with Ella. I stand with Riley Gaines. I stand with all of these girls, every last one of them. I stand with Peyton McNabb. I stand with the girls that are standing up for truth. The more that we can do that, the more that this all goes into hiding. The more that they have us on the ropes and believing that we're up against a cultural zeitgeist that's too powerful. It's not too powerful. Too many people are just too brainwashed or too complacent. So the easiest thing in the world to do is say, I don't believe that boys can become girls just because they say, I think I'm a girl. That's not real. That's pretend. And I know that unfortunately there are these so-called doctors that are willing to pump kids full of puberty blockers and hormones, and they're willing to remove healthy body parts. But just because there is a physician willing to do something that is completely immoral, anti-scientific, and horrific doesn't mean that that's science. A doctor or nurse's willingness to do something evil doesn't make it a medical procedure that should be funded by insurance dollars. More importantly, should be funded by tax dollars. So truth has to matter at some point. Okay, let's listen to the rest of it.
Rated to try to not be around him, but it was still hard because during track meets you had to be around him, and girls were just uncomfortable. They didn't want to be around him. I know other teams started canceling coming to track meets so their girls didn't have to put up with it, and it's just really sad to see all that happening, which with girls deserve to have that space, and it's just been taken away.
How do you feel knowing that those allegations are still being denied even to this day?
It is really frustrating of my school district because I went to them.
Of course, the school district is still denying things. I mean, Lord have mercy.
with the issues, and I thought that they would handle it, and I thought that they would protect me. And I know that they confirmed it happened. I know several other children confirmed that it was happening to me, and they completely ignored it. They attempted to silence me. They attempted to silence my parents, and that's really frustrating, especially as a 14-year-old. I just wanted to compete in sports. It's really hard to think about even now to know how many other kids could they be doing that to? How many
So many.
other situations of sexual abuse are happening that they're silencing? It's just really frustrating. The hardest part of the whole situation for me has been losing friends that I've had for years. Excuse me. I've been friends with like these kids since middle school, early elementary school, and to watch as we get older and we get into high school, they just want nothing to do with me, and it's really hard because their judgment is clouded by the.
That is so unbelievably sad. That is so unbelievably sad. Oh, such a sweet girl. So who, all these activists who talk like, do any of them, does their heart break for this girl? Like the athletic director is like, oh, it's just so, my heart's breaking for the transgender girls, the boys. So sad what they have to face. I mean, look at what she's had to face. Losing friends. No one's talking to her. Teachers are openly mocking her. Lord, this is West Virginia, for crying out loud. This isn't California. They're not in San Francisco. What's going on? What's going on, parents? How is this happening? How is this happening in West Virginia? Who are these teachers? Who are these parents that are allowing this to happen? Who are these kids that are doing this? Lord. Oh. If you can't fight for this girl, if this isn't your hill to die on, then you don't have a hill.
Media, and I understand that, but it's just still been really hard. It's people I love don't want to talk to me now. When I first had the option to stand up, I was 14 and I was terrified and I didn't really want to, and I told God that I would do it if he made it abundantly clear for me, and he did, and he has showed up for me since. He is unbelievably faithful, and anytime I'm feeling discouraged, he shows his hand in the case for me.
So there's something important that she's about to say. And she's about to quote a scripture that we use quite often. But we're grown women. She's just a little girl. This little girl is doing more and has done more for the protection of women and girls than so many so-called Christians who are adults. Shame. When a girl like this has to put on armor and step in the arena because adults refuse to do it, boy, that's rough. Not sure how God can bless a country that allows stuff like this to happen. And yeah. This is pretty heavy stuff.
And it's just been amazing. When I first started, again, like I said, I told God that he would have to make it abundantly clear if he wanted me to. And the next day I got on my phone, and the verse of the day on the Bible app was Esther 4:14, which is perhaps you were created for such a time as this. And I knew that that was what he wanted me to be doing. And all throughout the case, that verse has been so prevalent in my life. A girl showed me a song at the gym when I was feeling discouraged, and the lyrics were just Esther 4:14 over and over again. So he has remained faithful. My sophomore year of high school, I was wearing a shirt that said Save Women's Sports. A bunch of kids had chosen to wear it because they were enraged over what was happening. And I walked into my homeroom, and my homeroom teacher, who I'd had for 2 years, told me that she sees me as less of a person. And that
I hope she doesn't have a job anymore. Now that this is out, who is this teacher? And she better not have a job anymore. That's all I can say.
that was kind of really scary for me. I didn't know what to say. I just kind of left. And by my junior year, I had been moved from my homeroom. Majoritively, my high school has been very supportive. A lot of people, teachers of the administration, I know they support me. Most of the kids, I know that they support me, but there's a very small population that does not, and they are extremely vocal about it. They are aggressive, and there have been threats, and there's been hate. So while it's like an 80-20, it feels more of a 50-50, which has been hard. But I know that most people support me, so I know that I will be okay. But I'm definitely afraid for how that small percent of people reacts to me. Yeah, the school I go to is a very sports-based high school, and even just extracurriculars, and I've had to quit all 3 of the ones that I've done and loved. And I definitely feel like I've kind of missed a bit of the camaraderie and the friendship that comes from it, and also just the fact that I do an extracurricular. I definitely miss that, but it's all worth it to protect women and girls. I think that the media likes to focus heavily on how the transgender athletes feel about the situations happening, and I believe that what they should be focusing on is how the biological women are being affected. This is their spaces, and it is being taken from them.
Yes.
I urge people to think for themselves, to actually look into the facts of the cases and to what's actually happened to countless girls, and to not let the media tell them what to think. Actually use their minds and to look into what's actually happening.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. What an impressive young lady. First to talk to Briley today, and then to hear Adelaide Cross. Very inspiring, while also very kind of depressing that it had to happen. And that without these girls, we wouldn't be here right now, because without the parents, parents are navigating and they're trying, but I am telling you, we just a few short years ago, you could not find parents that were willing to be as vocal as Sean, as Adelaide's mom, as Heidi, Ella's mom, as Maddie's mom, Alexa's mom and dad, Sophia's, like, there's a mom, there's a video, I'm going to learn more about that video of a mom in Maine who's speaking out. You could not find these moms and dads, and you certainly could not find the kids. There was no tolerance. There was nowhere for these kids to go. There was no support system. In a few short years, there are so many organizations that have created such a support system. I'm proud to say that I am part of one of them, but there are many that have done such a beautiful job of creating a place for parents and kids to go, creating support systems, giving these parents and kids a voice, and then lawyers, nonprofit legal teams, public interest firms that are taking their cases, because without without the law, without these lawyers, without these firms, where would we be? So thank you. But without Adelaide and her parents, without Sean and Briley, there's no plaintiffs, no cases, and the injustice and the lies continue. They would have continued. And this is the tipping point. I believe we are past the tipping point. But now we've got to bring this all home. We can't stop while we're winning. Now it's time to press. Now it's time to really go in and press and get this done. Get this ideology on that ash heap of history. It can't happen fast enough. There'll be something else. But this is a battle we are winning, and we should be able to win. We can't rest now. You have to keep exposing. We have to keep after the Supreme Court decision. We need plaintiffs. We need cases. We need girls speaking out. We need boys speaking out. We need parents speaking out. We need all of the things. Like Becky Pringle says, all the things. We need all the things. Oh, yes. That's a good. Please like and subscribe to this channel. Thank you for saying that. I always forget to say. Oh, great message. Great message of thanks. Please continue sending those. They are really special and important, not to me, please to the girls and their families. I am grateful that I can be a vessel to bring out their stories, that there's a platform for them. And we need to elevate them, to honor them. Because if we don't, if we just let them kind of hang out in the wind, what's going to happen? I mean, who else is going to sign up for this? Like, oh yeah, oh, you're so brave, bye. I silently support you. You're in my prayers, but now I'm going to pretend like you don't exist. A little secret handshake, a little wink to show come on, be real. Come on. Have more cojones than that, man. Okay, so this live stream's going along. That's okay. Look at there's right now, there's 16,000 people watching live. And so I'll make sure that the YouTube video gets shortened a bit. But hey, it's a live stream. We got people watching. So let's close this out. I have not even had dinner. I do not have a production studio, nor do I have a team of producers and stuff. This is like a one-woman show here. So pardon the imperfection, but doing the best I can. Let's show Sean and Briley. They spoke to their school board. I think they were presenting their case. They had their lawyer with them. And Sean had just sent me this. Going to get some more clips. We're going to really emphasize this story, what's happening in Michigan. I'm going to put together some smaller clips that are going to be easier for you all to share if you care about this story. That way you don't have to, please share this link and tell people to, if they've got a couple hours to spare to listen to the whole thing, I think it's totally worth it. But we'll get this down to some shorter clips that you can share with others. So let's watch. I'm going to pull up the YouTube video now. Like most school districts, they record. Actually, not. There are still school districts like you, New Richmond, that refuse to record your meetings because they are still thinking they can hide from parents. They want to keep hiding because they like them some Tim Waltz tampons and bathrooms for boys stuff. And they don't want anyone else to know because it's deeply, deeply unpopular. And man, do the Democratic Socialists of America, they are like down for this stuff. Oh, they are so down. They are, oh. I mean, the barbarians are at the gates, okay? At the gates. There are not enough hands that are keeping the walls up. There are many that want to take down the Chesterton fence and just see what happens. Not a good idea. Do not be beguiled by an enemy that's telling you that, oh, just you're so inclusive and nice if you just go along with us, and and then we're just going to redistribute all the wealth and you're going to be so happy. No, you are not. Right. Here we go. Let's pull this up. Get this all cleaned up just a second. All right. All right, this is Monroe School District, Sean's lawyer.
Monroe High School.
And you can see what they were going through.
Okay. And that was a 5-page document. The members of the Board of Education have a copy of that.
They do.
I want to go back and I want to just have a narrative with you.
It's on the podium.
Okay. Now, were you watching the game on September 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, your daughter was playing?
That's correct.
Okay. When did you first have an inkling that there was a male on the Skylines team?
It was about 5 minutes before game time. We had a mutual friend, college volleyball coach, approached me and said, "Did you hear about the transgender athlete on Skylines team?" Which I knew nothing about it. He said there was some media the last 2 or 3 days that were posting blog statements, which I never saw. So we sat back and watched the game. It was within probably 5 to 10 minutes. You could clearly see what we thought was the male athlete. The jumps, the spikes. I mean, the movement was night and day. Again, I couldn't confirm, but it was definitely apparent.
Okay, let's go back. How long have you been a resident of Monroe?
My whole life, 47 years.
Okay, how long did you go through the public school system?
I did.
Okay, what about your children?
They both, my daughter's should be a junior this year, Monroe Public Schools, and my son graduated.
Okay. And how old is your daughter currently?
She's 16.
Okay. And she participated on the volleyball team.
That's correct.
Okay. How long has she been involved in sports?
Briley since she was 5. She loves it.
Sports?
Every sport, volleyball, soccer, softball, basketball. She lives it. She loves it. She breathes it.
Okay. Did she play for the schools?
Yes, every year.
Okay, when did she start playing organized sports for the schools?
It'll be 8th grade, 7th grade.
Okay. Had she regularly used the girls' locker room before this incident?
Yes, I can only assume. But yes.
On that day of the press conference that you had December 9th, were you aware that your daughter was going to take the microphone?
No, I had no idea. She was sitting behind us, and one of the reporters asked a question, pointed her out, and she stepped up and took the mic and took charge.
Have you talked to your daughter about this on occasion?
Yes.
And what has been her reaction?
About the situation here that we're in right now, I mean, I think she's nervous. She's disappointed. She doesn't know who she can look up to, who she can ask questions to. It's new to all of us, right? We've never had an issue like this with the family, friends. It's when you take someone's privacy away.
Well, then let's go through this. Now, when you find out that there was a male playing on the volleyball team, what did you do after that?
Once I got the phone call the night after the game, the following day, I sent an email to Chet Hessen asking if he was aware of the situation, because there was a lot of rumors, alleged media that I haven't seen at that point. And my concern was his acknowledgement, if he knew prior, and what he was doing to protect our girls.
What was his response?
His first response was, it's a touchy subject. Unfortunately, due to the FERPA, I can't disclose whether there was a male or there was not a male. Didn't react in, hey, we're here for the girls. We want to support the girls. If there's any questions, it was just basically, it's a privacy issue. Even if I knew, I couldn't tell you.
Did there come a time when there was a meeting with Chet Hessen and parents and the girls?
Yes.
When did that happen?
I want to say it was a week to maybe 10 days prior to their next match. They sent a text on the game app that said, hey, parents, student athletes, we have a meeting. There were some questions that were raised, and we had it in the lecture room at Monroe High School. When we got there, it was a handful of girls, maybe 7 or 8, possibly, maybe 4 different sets of parents. Again, it came through an app. It wasn't formal. It wasn't an email. It wasn't professional by any means. And it was basically a rundown of, he had a piece of paper, said, this is the Elliott Larson Act, 1 through whatever, 10, 12. This is what it means. This is what it is. Any questions? And that was it. And I raised my hand. I said, did you have prior knowledge of my daughter and her teammates being exposed to a male athlete? Did you know? He said, no, even if I did, I couldn't tell you. That's due to privacy. Elliott Larson Act. This was focused on Elliott Larson Act now. And several parents asked questions. One parent said, what if they want to take a knee and not play? And Chet said, I wouldn't recommend it. It's not a good look. And he stated that there could be some, what was the exact words? There could be some backlash, whether it be MHSAA or Monroe High School. So it set the precedence of my daughter and her teammates that if they took a knee and didn't play, there's going to be repercussions. And another parent asked, what if something were to happen to their child and this male athlete, any male athlete for that matter, hit the ball, spiked the ball, and it caused damage to their daughter? Chet chuckled and goes, that's legal counsel. You have to reach out to your legal counsel. And the father said, we're asking you. He said, it's just like co-ed, which is not. Co-ed, we all know we're playing against females. This is strictly focused on varsity female versus female. He had zero compassion, zero passion, empathy for our girls during the 35-minute conversation. It was almost like he was pushed by somebody to state, here, read these 2 pages that describes the Elliott Larson Act. He didn't want to be there. And I asked him point blank, what can you do to ensure the safety of our girls the next game and the next game? Again, condescending, he said, I can't do anything. I'm at the locker room with the bathroom police. His exact words. Meanwhile, our minors, they now know that there was a male watching her change. There was prior knowledge of that, and not one faculty member or you, Mr. Shaw, did anything to stop that, did anything to ensure safety for my daughter or her teammates. That's what I thought our jobs were to do, protect our kids. And that from day one, it failed miserably and continued.
You made, obviously they have the allegations that you made against the Monroe Public Schools. Would you care to look at some of them and indicate to me why you made those allegations? What was the basis of that?
Sure.
Okay. One of the things you said in your allegations of be on the second page, September 9, 2025, game 1 at Monroe High and Ivor Skyline played Monroe High School and won. Both schools failed to ensure fair competition, provide a safe environment, and equal opportunity to participate in sex-separated athletic programs. What was the basis for that statement?
Regarding both schools, they had prior knowledge. So not one faculty member made an attempt to protect or ensure the safety of Briley or her teammates, whether it be the locker room, which again is against Title IX. By that alone is a violation of Title IX. And to allow a male athlete, which Skyline, their whole staff, including their AD, coach, players, they knew what they had. They knew what they agreed upon or was forced upon. So they allowed a male athlete in a female locker room, their private space, their sacred space, and they allowed a male to compete against them on the court.
One of the comments you make in those allegations is, my daughter was forced to share a locker room where females undress with a male athlete. How was she forced?
By not knowing. I mean, her rights were stripped. They were taken away. They gave zero information to my daughter or any of her teammates. Not one of those girls had an opportunity to say, I want to play against this male, or I want to change with this male in the locker room. Their rights were taken away.
You indicate that in the next page, you indicate that following the first game, Hessen claimed in writing that he did not have any prior knowledge of the athlete's sex or gender. Then you say this was false. This was false, as confirmed by a staff member of the athletic community at Monroe High, who came forward and provided information to Tom Heck. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Well, in your allegation, you say when a parent raised the risk of injury, he, meaning Hessen, laughed and suggested seeking legal counsel, comparing the situation to a co-ed game. You already mentioned that, and that's accurate.
That's accurate as well.
Okay. Then you say evidence confirming prior knowledge. The head coach had been notified by Hessen the day before the September 9th match that Skyline had a transgender athlete on the roster. Who was that head coach?
That was the varsity female athlete, or the females volleyball head coach.
So there was someone on Monroe's staff.
Monroe High School's volleyball coach
Yeah.
Was given information days before that this was Skyline was coming to play and there was issues. And then he reiterated to keep it between them and do not tell anyone. This is a coach. This is a young coach who's being forced and pushed to keep quiet. We could have protected, we wouldn't even be here today if the right thing was done. Instead of pushing whatever agenda we pushed, it's focused on the girls. Safety, excel in education, that's it. It's that easy. But we looked the other way and pushed. I've never seen the team share a locker room with a female or a male. And now we know there's an issue, so why would we even push that even harder? Why push that narrative and allow my daughter and her teammates to be involved in this? They don't want to be here today. Not one of them do. But they're here because they're standing up for their rights, because no one else will. They put politics in front of prayer, politics in front of education, and it's ridiculous. My 16-year-old daughter will tell you that. She looked at me and said, "Dad, why did they do this? How come nobody said anything?"
Has anyone associated with Monroe Public Schools District ever defended the team?
No, publicly, not one.
Some have come forward privately.
Correct. They're afraid. They're afraid they'll get fired. They've been silenced. They'll lose their job, their coaching job.
But what about people who aren't coaches? Parents who aren't coaches that don't have to worry about losing a job from Monroe?
I think I know a dozen that are in fear of the hate mail, the text messages. What you saw today was nothing. I deleted over 100. I had an FBI agent drive by my house twice a week. My wife never knew that. Because the narrative was so twisted, because we weren't transparent, and we didn't speak the truth. But we allowed an AD to continue to go on his social media, not once, but twice, after he even emailed the full faculty and said, "Do not comment, do not speak about this." But you gave him a golden parachute, which opened the door to hate, evil. This was never about this poor kid, this transgender. This was about us, the public, the faculty members, allowing this and hiding this, and not giving my daughter or her teammates the same privacy that they deserve.
How I know you're getting emotional.
I'm sorry.
But that's fine. Well, I think most fathers would, and most mothers would as well. How, what has that done to you emotionally?
At first it was, I was upset. I was afraid of even saying anything. Actually, I didn't say anything. The first time I reached out to Outkick, they published a story. I reached out to them and asked them how they got the information. This is before we even were 100% confirmed, to find out what was going on. I wanted to know more. I wanted to know facts. And then it turned to, once we had zero help from the AD, we had zero transparency or accountability from the district, the ones who were supposed to be in charge. So I thought I would take it upon myself and be a father first. And I reached out to the news. I reached out to my wife and my family. We had discussions on what we wanted to do. They didn't want to do anything. My wife was afraid, rightfully so. These parents are afraid that they're going to get the same, if not more, hate lies. They're creating these messages and the text messages and the emails that they've, I mean, that's, if I shared all these with you, we'd be here for hours, and it's disgusting. It's because the narrative was this man picked on this young trans athlete, and that's it. And we allowed it on social media 2 times in Monroe High School's office, in his own very own office when he was home for whatever reason. We allowed it. And that created a narrative where I'm the bad guy. So I took my hate and my cautious and me being nervous, and I turned it into something different. It was push for my daughter's privacy and her teammates, push for the right thing to happen. And these parents need not to be afraid. When we had kids, when you give birth, when my wife gave birth, our job is to protect our kids. That's the best thing God could give you. So why piss it away? Respectfully speaking, why? That's our job. That's our duty. This isn't hate. The only thing that's hate about this whole process is what Chet created and what we allowed Chet to do on his own time in Monroe High School. But for some reason, after all the information you shared, they deemed it important to reinstate him. Then you get to look at my daughter and her teammates and tell them why. There should be no reason. Zero. Sorry if I'm talking. You mentioned transparency. I've seen zero, nothing.
Is there a message you want to give to the board?
Yes.
Let me just say that I've sat on Sean. I didn't want him to make any public statements for a long time because of the stuff that was going on. I said, you'll get your chance. And this is his chance to talk to you directly, not through a newspaper article, but talk to you as a person who's been a lifelong resident of Monroe, who's gone through Monroe High School. His kids have gone through the Monroe schools. They're a part of Monroe's environment. And so tell them what you want them to do, what you feel that they should do.
First, I want you to know my daughter doesn't have a hateful bone in her body. She loves everybody. All she wants to do is play the games she loves, get a great education, and be happy. That's it. She does not want to be here today, but you made her come today because we did nothing. Information was supposed to be passed on to myself and counsel during this investigation. It wasn't. As he mentioned, everything that was supposed to happen did not. I find it very hard to believe that one can make a decision on someone's reinstatement when the attorney stated you can correct me if I'm wrong, but what Sean Lechner stated is more true than not. And yes, we have faculty members that probably had knowledge of this. This is black and white. This is not, you sit down, you take 120 days for a decision. The fact that the board couldn't even make a decision on this, that it wasn't their job, that they were leapfrogged. It comes down to one person, the superintendent. So I beg and I ask you all to review this, whether it be a third-party investigation, a different investigation group, or the same, and do the right thing. Look at the facts. Yes, Title IX was violated. Yes, my daughter's rights were stripped away from her and her teammates. And not only in the Title IX complaint and the response. I don't know if it was McNaught, Mr. Shaw, but stated in the bottom paragraph, we didn't violate any, there was no violation of Title IX. All of our policies are up to par. Well, why would you change a policy that was never broke? And that policy is moving forward, we're not going to share locker rooms with visiting teams. If the policy wasn't broke, why fix it? More importantly, that policy should read, we will never allow male athletes or males in my daughter or female locker rooms, ever. If you want to make a change for the better, be transparent. Don't hide it and say we're not going to allow visiting teams to share locker rooms, because all you're doing is opening the door to Pandora's box. So I'm asking you and begging you as a father, as you all would as a father or a mother, do the right thing. These girls deserve privacy. They deserve a fair chance to advance in any sport without being worried about getting hit in the head or playing against a guy who can jump 8 inches taller or walking into a locker room that's their safe haven and wondering now, like my daughter has to do and all her teammates, I wonder if this person is X or Y because my school won't support us. No girl should have to worry about that. So I'm asking you to investigate internally or third party and excuse me, if it's a third party or it's the same investigator, just look at the facts and make a decision. We need to reverse the decision, because based off the facts, Mr. Chet Hessen should not have been reinstated. The attorney even stated that. So that's all I want to, I beg you for.
Thanks, Sean. We'll bring Briley on. Thank you. Hi, Briley. You a little nervous?
A little bit.
A little bit. Is it true that on the day where there was a press conference, your dad spoke and then you grabbed the mic?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Well, one of the ladies in the audience asked me a question, and I figured that the answer would best come through a person that actually went through it and actually was the one that experienced all of this.
Okay. What grade, you just finished school,
Mhm.
so what grade will you be in the fall?
I'm going into my junior year.
Your junior year, what kind of grade point average do you have?
Right now, 4.2.
And then how many sports have you played in your last year?
This past year, I was in school-wise volleyball and soccer. Those are the two sports I contributed to.
Okay. When you walked into the girls' locker room on September 9th, 2025, did you expect to see a boy there?
No.
Okay. When you found out later on, well, how long did it take before you realized, before rumors became fact, that there was a boy in your locker room? How did you feel about that?
It was a day or two after our game. Things were said and rumors were sent around, and I didn't know whether or not to believe that. And then when a week or two after there was an actual conference addressing it and talked about it, I was kind of blown away by the fact that I was not informed. My teammates were not informed. Nobody on the team was informed that this is something that is going to be happening and that there is going to be a male in the locker room. You're going to be competing against a male. Nobody was informed, and that definitely made me feel very uncomfortable and confused why that's something that we would even have to question.
Okay. Has it affected the way you do things now? Let's say go into bathrooms or go into other sports arenas, go into other locker rooms. How does it affect you?
I would say it affects me 100%. Now there's always that thought in the back of my mind. Is there going to be a male in the locker room? Is there going to be a male in the restroom? Or am I competing against a male? Of course, I don't want to have to assume that, and I don't want to have to point out people and think that might be a male, but now it is something that it's like forced to pop up into my head from what I'm experiencing.
Okay. What do you think about your dad standing up for you?
I am beyond grateful for him. I cannot thank God enough for for my dad. I know that this is something very hard for not only us girls to go through, but also him as a dad. And I'm sure plenty other fathers, and the fact that he is the one that could stand up and speak out for us is amazing. And I'm just so blessed and thankful for him.
Thank you. Thank you, Riley. That's all. Okay. I just want to reiterate for the board, it was a hard time for us to find the duties of an athletic director, but we found it. And one of the duties is that as a athletic director, they must develop and maintain a program which emphasizes safety, healthy life choices, and welfare of the participants. I think Sean, Chet hasn't failed in that. Another one responsibility is the athletic director is responsible for the supervision and administration of all home contests or arrange a contact person for the contest for appropriate supervision. And of course, I think he failed in that as well, based upon what occurred on September 9th. I know that there is a very few minutes left. I think this is an opportunity for the board to stand up for the daughters of Monroe, for the daughters of Monroe High School. There's a lot more, of course, legal stuff I can say, but I think what Sean did and what Briley said today says it all. I think I want to close with these comments. There we go. It's clear that the factual allegations in Sean's complaint to the city, to the Monroe School District have been substantiated. That's what the report said. But I want to touch on another subject and another closing. Oh, I'm sorry.
Closer to the mic.
I'm getting the microphone, that's a problem. Well, the time is almost up. I want to quote from a very religious martyr, a Lutheran pastor, a martyr, died in a Nazi prison. And although these quotes were from a different perspective, it was about religion, he said this: silence in the face of evil is evil itself. But he was talking about religion. But more important to the subject matter that we're discussing with you today is that not to speak is to speak. Not to act is to act. So if you remain silent, you're sending a message. If you don't take steps to correct what's going on, you're sending a message. So it doesn't matter what you believe or what you claim to believe about men playing in women's sports if you are unwilling to stand up and speak out about that belief. What you say in private about how much you deplore young girls being cajoled to undress in front of males is the easy part. What you publicly do about it reveals who you really are.
Wow.
Thank you for your consideration.
Wow. Wow. What a statement that was. What a statement that was. What you say in private, what you post on X right now, what you post on Instagram, the reels you share, the cheering when President Trump says, you know, a great line, we're not going to allow men in girls sports. What you say in private, that's the easy part. It's what you do publicly that matters. Your private affirmations of support for Sean and Briley, for Adelaide, for Ella, for all of the girls. If you have Riley Gaines books and you have pictures and you post them on your X account without your name on it, or just this, or your burner account, you know, like, that's great, but it's what you do publicly, what you say, your willingness to stand and your willingness to speak up, even when you're at a coffee with all the girls. Dads, when the coach tells you, I'm a secret, super silent supporter, call, like, dudes like bro code, they call out guys all the time, but on this, they can't say, bro, man, oh yeah, you're a super silent supporter of our daughters not getting ogled and harassed and molested in their restrooms. Boy, you're so brave. Try like saying that out loud, maybe, as a coach. Because if just 10% of the coaches, male or female, in high school said, this is a farce and I'm not playing along, this would go away. Wouldn't need all the little girls to fight if coaches fought. How about that? We wouldn't need little 13, 14, 15-year-old, 16-year-old girls doing the battles if the coaches said, there are some things that are bigger than risking the ire of the trans activists. Then our little girls wouldn't have to be doing so many battles, would they? It's for teachers, coaches, not picking on you, but frankly, your capitulation and silence is the jet engine that keeps this thing going. As long as the adults in the classrooms, in the school buildings, on the field, in the courts, as long as the adults are just minding their own business, they don't want to make waves, then you're keeping this, you are part of the reason why it's taking so long to end the insanity. And your lives would be so much appreciably easier if you didn't have to deal with this stuff. And most of you are not. So you think, well, why should I say something? I don't have to deal with it. Well, you might someday, and there are people that are. So go ahead and preemptively say, like, dang, that's messed up what's happening in Michigan. I'm not going to tolerate that. So adults, I'm sorry, but your super secret silent support is not enough anymore. It's not really appreciated by anyone. It's time to be the adults. so that kids don't have to. And I am appreciative of these girls. They have to come forward. We need them to be plaintiffs, but they should not be standing alone. What that lawyer said right there, inaction is action. Not doing something is doing something. Your super secret silent support is meaningless. Say nothing. Just say nothing, because your secret silent support is actually very irritating. Stop it. Show your very public support and be the adult that God made you to be. When a little girl has to rely on a Bible verse, Esther, I was born for such a time as this, because the adults can't find it within themselves to do it, that is a very sad reflection of cowardice among adults, especially those who call themselves followers of God, that claim to be conservative. I mean, you are lukewarm. You are neither hot nor cold. And you can tell yourself you're a really good person. Go ahead, keep telling yourself that. But really good, Sean, a really good person, Adelaide, her mom. They are really good people, and they deserve better than what they're getting. And yeah. So I didn't mean, honestly, just kind of listening to these girls fighting, and the fact that we struggle to get anybody to show up to school board meetings and talk about this stuff is ridiculous. So we're going to end this on a happy note, because there are so many people that are happy, joyful warriors. And I'm really hoping that in Michigan, that Sean and Briley are fortunate enough to have an even wider net, a bigger support system. And they are very grateful to Adelaide and her mom and family. And I know that I am, and many of you should be too, because a little girl paved the way. So this is what we're up against. Monroe Public Schools, June 24th. First and foremost, the Board of Education recognizes the emotions your family and the families of other volleyball players have experienced, and wishes that you did not have to experience the concerns and challenges surrounding the Title IX investigation. Well, they wouldn't have to experience those concerns. They wouldn't be facing these challenges if you did your job. If you simply adjusted the definition of sex to be male and female and removed gender identity under the protections in your non-discrimination policy, and then You refuse to play against teams that have biological males because you care about your girls more than you care about virtue signaling. The well-being, safety, and dignity of our students remains our highest priorities. No, it doesn't. We recognize the impact of this situation has had on you. No, you don't. And our whole school community. No, you don't. They apologize for what you experienced, but we're not going to change a thing. Board policy 2260. 2260 is cut, copy, paste, same policy you will see all over the country. It's like this isn't original. It's all the same. They all just, it's like a packet goes before the board. They vote on it, don't read it, pass it, then claim that their hands are tied. The district engaged with an independent external investigator. And of course, that independent external investigator found that they had done absolutely nothing wrong. And that's why they adjusted something so that the other team could no longer share the locker room. See, we did something. The board has taken your appeal seriously. No, they haven't. They understand your concerns and frustrations. No, they don't. But there's technicalities to Title IX. Yeah. They're committed to student safety. And they said they have a long-standing practice regarding locker room use. Okay. So how long have you been allowing boys to change in the girls' locker rooms? But now visiting teams can't use the locker space. Problem solved, right? The courageous stand of doing the bare minimum, which is almost nothing, and keeping the same policy. Here's what's important, though. As I said in the podcast, it bears repeating. The board has already scheduled a review of its policies, including its non-discrimination policies, this July. I'm guessing it might be next week. This timeline was established in anticipation of the guidance that's expected from the U.S. Supreme Court. And the board is committed to blah, 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 ensuring district policies comply with all applicable laws. Lastly, as you are aware, the Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights, has opened a Title IX investigation into this matter. They will conduct their investigation and will either uphold the original decision that there was no Title IX violation. Chances of that are 0. Or may rule otherwise. I'm betting on ruling otherwise. I'm betting that Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon isn't going to give you all a thumbs up. The Board of Education, along with the administration, will fully cooperate with the investigation of the Office of Civil Rights. Well, this is, I mean, technically, this should be great news because they're eagerly awaiting the Supreme Court decision. I'm sure they're just overjoyed at the fact that the Supreme Court said that their non-discrimination policy violates Title IX because it includes gender identity, which is a made-up thing according to the majority opinion, and that any boy or that identifies as transgender is clearly suffering from gender dysphoria, which is a medical condition that should be treated and should not be accommodated. So that was the majority decision. So I guess policy is going to get changed, right? Oh, and they're eagerly awaiting a decision by the Office of Civil Rights, and they're going to follow the rules. Well, great. Then case closed, right? Boys out, girls are protected. There you go. But will they? So I will be keeping tabs on this situation and the response by the Monroe Public Schools. The Monroe Public Schools in Monroe, Michigan. And I think that if you are a parent in this district, you should be keeping tabs too and be writing every single school board member, all the administrators, and sending OCR requests and sending requests, asking for more information, making sure that you're following the OCR investigation. And you know what? There's an organization for you to join that Sean set up. Join it. He seems like a guy that's pretty easy to find. Find him. Support his work. Join it. And if you have a daughter who is a biological female and is on the volleyball team with Briley, I would consider ditching the super secret support and just being brave and give your support. Now, if you don't, if you think a dude if you want to play against dudes, then join a co-ed team. But if you'd like to just play against girls, then maybe you should stand up for what you want, what you deserve, what is right. And just because some woman who claims to be a feminist says that she is doing the right thing means nothing. You can't be for women and actively pursuing policies that hurt and harm women in the most obvious way all at the same time, just because you're because you're the one person dying to see the Odyssey and watch Elliot Page pretend to be a boy. I mean, come on. Posers. Stop pretending. It's freeing to not have to pretend anymore. Join Team Sanity. The truth is out there. So it's getting late. Thank you so much for tuning in. Going to put some more links under the post. I'm so grateful for the very large amount of people that are still watching. Maybe you're all West Coast people because it's pretty late. 11 o'clock Central Time, 12 p.m. midnight Eastern Time, but in sunny California, it's not so late. So, and we have so many good friends in California that are fighting the good fight and all over. So to the 23 states, man, you know, like Mockingjay, we got to just keep fighting. We got to fight the system and win for our daughters. So thank you all for watching, and I've got some great episodes. I've got a lot of content I need to put out there, some really good interviews. There's been some delays because of the Supreme Court decision, because of 4th of July, and July is a month where I plan on taking some time with my family. I've got some great family events coming up of my own. So, but some really great interviews to get out there. I'm excited for y'all to see them. There's going to be more episodes of Unleashed, not just on Thursday nights. I'm going to get something out. I'm hoping for shooting for tomorrow, but for sure Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we've got a lot of great interviews that I was able to do in New York, in San Diego, and I've got some interviews coming up that are really good. Then take a little bit of a break, and we're going to hit the ground running in August. So lots of good things. Stay tuned. Make sure like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Again, we'll have a more condensed version of this interview that you could share that's not over 3 hours long. But then when you see reels, share them, please. Thank you so much. There is on YouTube, have a whole separate section for all the different Unleashed episodes. Lots of great interviews there. If you're like me, I listen to podcasts while I'm doing housework, while I'm driving. I even fall asleep to them. I just keep them on. I like long form podcasts. So if you like them, and it's just a great distraction while you're kind of cleaning your closet, doing work, doing yard work, flying, all of that. So there's a lot of good content on there. So please take a listen. I think you'll find some things that you like. Got some great interviews. Again, great interviews coming up. I'll be in DC again in August. And I think things will really start picking up there again too. So, but America 250, there's so many great things going on. So if you're in the DC area, you should check it out. It is, Linda McMahon put up a post today. It's going to be a patriotic summer. And I agree. There's a lot of cool things in DC. If you're in the DC area, doesn't just because 4th of July is over and just because the Great American State Fair is drawing to a close, which, by the way, if you are in the DC area tomorrow, you should go see Linda McMahon. She's going to be speaking. But just because that's drawing to a close, there's a whole bunch of cool things culminating in, I believe it's August 23rd. There's going to be a big race. So lots of good things, and we'll try to keep you abreast of those things. And I'm sure in your community there's a lot going on. I know there is in mine. So typically we're not dealing with this kind of like heavy stuff over the summer. Actually, I take that back. Lately we haven't, but this is important work. We had a big Supreme Court decision. School board policy is created oftentimes just like the Monroe Public School District. They are going to have meetings starting next week. School districts across this country, keep an eye. They are going to hold meetings to adjust their policies to the Supreme Court decision, and many of them are going to back out. They're going to choose the coward route, and they are going to change their policies. They're going to now wait and see. They're going to find some other lame excuse to wait and see. There is nothing more than that you need in order to, if you're a school board member, you have everything you need to change your policies. You don't have to wait for the state. Do it. If you are living in a school district that does not protect women and girls, change that. And if there aren't the board members there to make that change, replace them with board members who will. This is the issue you run on. Run on this, run on school excellence. And every candidate you're running against, ask them if men can get pregnant. That should make it really clear who you should vote for. So now that you've got the call to action and all that good stuff, great, what a great show. Thanks for everyone that are still showing up. We've got over 22,000 followers watching right now. That's amazing. I would love to keep talking, but I'm tired. And I have a new background. If you can see, we painted a wall. I'm still working on it. There's going to be, I'm making, like in this room, there's going to be different areas, different kinds of recordings, more reels. This is the long form live stream. Going to be doing some different things. And it's been fun. And yesterday I was able to attend an event with JD Vance. Talked about waste, fraud, and corruption. It was a very good event. I got to talk to a lot of great people. And it was really great. It's really nice. There was a lot of very nice people that said very nice things. And I was very appreciative of that. And it's always great to hear from our vice president, and Dr. Oz was there. I have some more things to post on my own social media at Scarlet for Kids. So check that out. Some good pictures from the event. I've got a lot of content and not enough help, but there's still, if you want to learn more about the Supreme Court decision, my last two podcasts, one with the lawyers at the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, Corey Brewer and Dan Lennington, very instructive, even though they are a Wisconsin-based firm. They do national work. They've argued before the Supreme Court. And pretty much most of that conversation was not specific to Wisconsin. Maybe at the end, we talked about the SCOTUS decision as a whole. And then Kim Herman from Southeastern Legal Foundation had a really good hot take conversation with her. We talked right at the same day, both these conversations, we had them right after the Supreme Court ruling. So it was great. I think there's going to be some more detail. And the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty just hosted another seminar in another organizational seminar about Title IX. I'm going to be listening to that. They have posted links on their X page, I believe, Alliance Defending Freedom. They have a YouTube video where they're going through explaining this decision. We, Moms for Liberty, we plan on collaborating with M4LU, Moms for Liberty University, and we're going to have in August a whole series of different webinars and explainers about what Title IX is. Again, we're going to do some refreshers, how you can influence board policy, how to do good open records requests, what to look for, what to say, and then what does the Supreme Court decision mean? What does it mean for you? All that good stuff. So we're going to have a lot of webinars and seminars about that. Culminated in, I get to announce, in Wisconsin, we're going to have a Moms for Liberty town hall on September 21st. And we're going to focus on Title IX, on the Supreme Court decision, and the importance of getting out to vote in November, because this decision is very much, it's important. It's indicative of what we're up against. Like President J.D. Vance said yesterday, this isn't red versus blue. This is normal versus crazy. This is really literal self-identified communists that are running around with a trans flag in one hand and communist fist in the other. I mean, so just to imagine that these are just your friendly neighborhood socialists is not wise. We're very, they have a guerrilla style grassroots organization that's very effective, and they are really, I mean, I think a lot of Democrats don't even they don't even know what they're up against. They think that they can pacify. They created this monster, and they think they can still control it. And they can't. So we can't get discouraged and black-pilled, especially as there's, I don't even want to talk about all the things, like all the various methods at which we are being drawn into believing that we're hopeless and there's nothing that we can do. So don't believe that, because there are too many girls out there that have put all on the line and need you to have their back. And boys too, okay? Like, there are plenty of cases out there where there are girls pretending to be boys, and they're making boys uncomfortable too. All this stuff affects boys as well. It's not fair to say and to think that this is just something that's affecting girls. It's affecting boys. And it's important, you know, like with Elliot Page, you know, pretending that you're a boy, taking a role as some not Achilles, basically some ancient Spartan soldier or whatever, like, and pretending that this like 100-pound, 5-foot girl is just so fierce, that's not fair to men either, and needs to be called out just as much. It's just when it comes to sports, this is it's a thing that's happening to females, because men can enter into athletics as a female and crush it. They can, and bad actors can go into girls' bathrooms and sit there like rubbing lotion on themselves, saying, "I'm just preventing trafing," as they're ogling girls and pleasuring themselves. Like, I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl like all the other girls, except for I have a beard and male genitalia. But other than that, I mean, come on. So, like, so ridiculous. I can't even believe I still have to talk about this stuff. You have a big win like Supreme Court, and immediately there's red, wine, and blue. What is their seminar? They had a seminar today. It was about intersex is real. I have a friend who's a biologist who, when it's appropriate, she's going to talk to us all about that and give us the explainers, so that when they try and tell you that, are you saying that there's no intersex people, like that's a chromosomal abnormality, and that doesn't mean that there's this like separate, you know, human, like non-binary species that's like it. That's not true. So she has, like, I talked with her, she had some really good things to say. She's the scientist, not me, so I'll let her say them. But yeah, I mean, and Gays Against Groomers was right, because you see they're trying to erase gay, lesbian, and bisexual. J.K. Rowling posted the story about that, like, and she said, "See, I told you so." So, like, when you go to a pride parade and now it's nothing but furries with like trans flags. I mean, come on. They've just hijacked your movement. Wake up, don't go along with it. It's weird and everyone knows it. So it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to say something's weird. Like when it really is. You don't have to be shy or I just experienced this where I caught I caught somebody say they. I'm like, no, you're right the first time. He. We're not going to, not they. He. It's a boy. You don't have to go out of your way to be cruel, but you certainly do not need to catch yourself and correct your language so as not to, there with no one around, but just like, oh, I can't, like, that's controlling speech that in your head, like, oh, wait, I said they, he, like, no, what? I'm going to judge you? Like, come on. Say it. Say the truth. And it took me a while to coax this person to say the truth. Like, it's okay. You can say the truth. Like, I don't know. Yes, say the truth. Say it's okay. You're in a safe space, but you need to stop. You don't correct yourself when you say the truth so that you can lie and make someone feel better. Just say the truth. There's a difference between saying, I think your dress is ugly. You don't have to say that. No one's making you say something that's hurtful, and you shouldn't go out of your way to hurt anybody. But if you see an obvious male who has lipstick on and they say, I'm a girl, you just, no, you're not. No. So it's okay. It's okay to say the truth. It's okay to stand for truth. And it's okay to tell Monroe Public Schools to take their policy and put it somewhere that isn't in the books. So, all right, everyone. Thank you for watching. Thank you to the nearly 24,000 people watching live. Greatly appreciate it. Please follow us on X. That's helpful. Follow us because there's going to be a bot purge again any day now, like we see, and we're going to all lose followers. So follow. If you follow and you repost, because I manage the X page, if I see like comments, follows, reposts, I tend to follow people that comment a lot, that repost, that are nice. So do that. And you might get a follow back. And you could follow me at Scarlet4Kids. If you have a kid that is going through something like Briley, DM the Moms for Liberty. I check those. There's some other people. I check the DMs. I'll check my own DMs. I check my own DMs less often, but I check the Moms for Liberty DMs. So make sure you do that. Comment, engage on the YouTube page, except for you haters, all you weirdos that say all the really dumb things that you do. You can go ahead and stay quiet. Facebook, follow us on Facebook, Instagram. We even have a TikTok account. I post on that. A little less often. It's been very busy, but we do. And so Briley just opened a Facebook account. You're going to be seeing some reels from her. Watch for that and follow her, because let's show some support for these kids. Come on. And follow Sean. Check out what he has to do, especially if you're in Michigan. And make sure that you are tagging and tag and say, hey, Department of Education, we'd love to see some enforcement action in this case. Harmeet, hey, Office of Civil Rights, we support enforcement action. If you live in Michigan, let's go. 3 school districts, let's see what happens when you mess around and you find out. Got to have some enforcement action here. We can't just have investigations. There's got to be consequences. Let's get to that consequence part, because that's the part where we're going to see some changes, and that's what we need to see. It is not a difficult thing to rid yourself of a nonsensical non-discrimination policy. In return, you get to keep 10% of your budget, which is supplied by the federal government. If you choose not to follow federal law and you want to forego your federal funds, don't blame President Trump. Blame yourself. Don't blame Republicans. Blame yourself. It's not hard. You just have to remove gender identity. Your lives get much easier. You won't have to deal with the nonsense anymore. And that is not denying anyone playing time, because the boys get to still play on the boys' team, or they could join a rec team, or they could create their own team. I don't care. They just don't get to be on the female teams. It's really that easy. So have a good night, everyone. And enjoy a lovely weekend. We are about to have a really lovely one. And just stay tuned. There's always more sassafras for coming from me. I'm especially sassy tonight. I'm feeling a little perturbed about all the little girls that are fighting for adults and adults doing nothing. That bothers me. So adults, let's go. It's time to stop whatever it is you're doing that isn't protecting kids. Bye, everybody.